minus 20 seconds.
La première personne qui va ajouter, c'est la coordinateur qui est là-bas.
The Relationship Summit 2022.
Hello, my name is Delphine Fogwe, a women's relationship and leadership coach. Yes, I'm here to announce to you the Relationship Summit 2022, which is going to take place on the 23rd and the 24th of September. We're going to have speakers from around the world who are going to be speaking on different aspects of relationship. As you know, now we're going to have Chinda joining in from the UK, and he's going to be speaking on navigating storms in your marriage. We're going to have Dr. Blessing Ekundayo all the way from New Zealand, and she's going to be speaking on before you say yes I do. Now we're going to have Dr. Joyce Akwe joining in from Atlanta, Georgia, and she's going to be speaking on your health and your marriage. We're going to have Bridget Ellison joining in from Lagos, and she's going to be speaking on finances in your marriage. We're going to have Dr. Eden Nwaka joining in from Houston, Texas, and she's going to be speaking on your trauma and healing in your relationships. We're going to have the boundaries coach, Bralade Emananjo, and she's going to be speaking on boundaries in marriage. And we're going to have Pastor Olu Olabode all the way from Canada, and she's going to be speaking on your purpose and your marriage. You're going to equally have my humble self, the host of this summit, and I'm going to be speaking on my heaven on earth marriage. Don't miss this summit for any reason. 23rd, 24th, reserve it for this event. It's going to make a difference in your life. What happens in the bedroom affects the boardroom. Don't miss it.
The Relationship Summit 2022, live streaming on YouTube from the 23rd to the 24th of September.
Hello, everyone. I bid you a very warm welcome. And I declare this summit officially open. How excited. Are you as excited as I am? I want you to put it in the comments box. I want to see your chats come through. I want you to let me know exactly how excited you are to be here. My name is Tombra Moswagu. I am a transformational coach. And what I am doing here is, I have the honor, the absolute honor of kicking off and opening this summit. I look forward to engaging with you in the time that I will be here. And I want you to put in the comments box, let me see where you are joining from. I see all you're excited. I see Florence says so excited. I see Michael says I'm excited. I love it. I see Prophetess Flora. You're saying hello. I'm saying hello right back at you. It is lovely. I know that we're going to have a sensational time over the next 2 days. We are going to be doing every single thing. You're going to be hearing every single thing that will ensure that your marriage, bulletproof of the highest order. Where are they coming from? Tell me, where are they coming from? We are covering all bases, and it is going to be exciting. Guys, look, I've attended many summits. I also have hosted, a summit. But honestly, the caliber of speakers you're going to be hearing from over the next 2 days are world class. I tell you, world class. We have amazing speakers that you're going to be hearing from over a variety and a rich range, shall I say, of topics that will ensure that your marriage and your relationships are just fortified. Yes, this is the weekend of fortification. I love it. So I see Annette here. She's joining from your Hyundai. I love it. I see Florence from Cameroon. I see Gloria from Nigeria. I love it, Gloria from Nigeria. And I see Prophetess Flora as well joining from Nigeria. Guys, look, you don't enjoy a good thing in silence. That is a taboo, right? So what I want you to do, there is a share link at the bottom of the screen, the YouTube screen that you're watching now. I want you to share this. Invite at least 10 people. I want you to use it. Invite 10 people. Say, guys, where are you? Where are you? You should be here. Guys, also, you guys are listening. I want you to put in there what your expectations. Why are you here? What are you expecting over the next 2 days? I want you to put that in the chat box. Tell me what you're expecting. I see Esther. Esther says, I'm joining from Nigeria. Oh, Mirabelle is joining from Cameroon. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I love it. I love it. You guys are incredible. Incredible. Let me know what your expectations are. Let me know what you are looking to get from the summit. I can tell you already, even before you write it down, that I know for certain that your expectations will by no means be cut short. Why? Because this summit has been pre-prepared. This summit has gone ahead of your need, even to ensure that every single thing that you need over the course of the next season of your life is here. I'm telling you, over the next 2 days, if you will commit the time, if you will be faithful, if you will get a journal, guys, this is a big one, and I've learned this. This is something that I am very faithful to now. Look, when you attend a session like this, make sure you come prepared. And part of that preparation process for the seed that is about to be sown in your heart is ensuring that you have a journal and you are ready to take notes. I see it, guys. Awesome. I see that we're filling up. There are more people joining. Esther is joining from Nigeria. I see Anwi joining from Cameroon. Oh, wow. Dr. Vivian from Paris. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
I don't see any timetable, ma.
Okay, let me send. We're live already. Let me send.
The red flags.
Yeah. Amazing. Can you guys still hear? I'm sure you guys can. Fantastic. Rema Lovine is joining from Dallas. Oh, wow. Look at that. When I said we were global, or did I say, maybe I didn't, but now I'm saying we are global. Actually, we have someone who is joining from Saudi Arabia. That is incredible. We bid you a warm welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, guys, have you guys done it? Have you done it? Did you invite people? You did 5. I said 10. 10. This is a good thing, and you want to invite people to come and feast with you. Like, you want to make sure that as many people as you know are here. Guys, in a few minutes, I have the incredible, it brings me so much joy to invite the convener of this summit. Guys, who is ready? Hey, a 45 relationship. Someone saying I'm looking forward to a 45 relationship. Who is ready to hear from the convener of this summit? The person whom God sent and said, I want you to go and do this for my people. And not only did she hear, she held on to the word and she ran with it. She's a good steward of the word. Good steward of the word, ran with it and did everything despite things are happening and it feeling like, oh my God, this vision is too big for me. She remained faithful to the vision And she's ensured that today we are enjoying out of what she heard, that vision that she soaked in from God. It's become a reality that is actually blessing us today and tomorrow. Guys, I want you guys to put this in the chat box. I want you to celebrate. I want to see fire, fire, fire. I want to see everything. I want to see jump, 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 star, star, star. I want you guys to give a warm, celebration, a warm welcome to whom honor is due. Our amazing, our incredible, our beautiful, our sensational, should I keep going? Hey! Our amazing convener of the Relationship Summit 2022, themed My Bulletproof Marriage, Delphine Wafogwe. Welcome to your
My God. Wow, wow, wow. Can you see me, my coach?
Yes, I can see you.
My God. You're pumping me up,
Yes, as you should be. Look, let me tell you, people always get visions. God is always speaking, but it takes a certain kind of person to run with that vision and execute with power. So I celebrate you and I say thank you. Thank you for being a gift to our generation. Thank you for being diligent. Thank you for pressing on even when there were challenges. Thank you so much for not giving up so that we can be beneficiaries of what God is doing in this day and age. Thank you so much. I bless you and I celebrate you. I'm so humbled to be in the same generation as you. Thank you so much.
Wow. I'm so overwhelmed, my dear coach. Thank you so much, Coach T. Thank you. Thank you for doing this with me. In fact, you have boosted me onto, I feel like I want to fly right now. Thank you. You are one of those who have, played a great role in my life. And I really want to say thank you for accepting to come do this. Thank you for gracing this event. In fact, this is the first one, and it just needed your grace. It needed your face. It needed your fire, your energy, your everything. Thank you for putting this in. Yeah,
take it away.
Thank you, everyone that is watching. I really want to welcome you guys. Welcome. I want to say a very good evening to you all, and a big warm welcome from me and my team that worked so tirelessly to pull this together. So, observing my parents grow up, I want to share this. I realized something. I saw love. I saw care. I saw unity while growing up as a little girl. But at some point, when I went to secondary school and I came back, I noticed something, that warmth, that romance, that sweetness that I used to see, I didn't see it. And I would hear my mom tell me, don't worry, it's persecution. She had changed her church and my dad wouldn't understand her. And so it became, it brought a lot of friction. So but while growing up and seeing the way they were living together, and I said to myself, this is how I wanted to be. I saw my mom take good care of my dad. She would cook food and decorate it so nicely, serve my dad. And I would tell myself, this is exactly what I'm going to do to my own husband when I grow up. And then I would see my dad look after my mom so in a nice way. He would go, at one time my mom was pregnant and my dad went to the market that was just close to our house, bought liver, and then came, roasted it, made some nice barbecue and gave to my mom and said, this is good for it's going to increase iron. It's good for your health. And I was just observing as a little girl. And I was telling myself, this is how it is. In fact, so that was the first kind of marriage I actually grew up seeing. Fast forward my life, working with women, counseling, and so on, I discovered again that Marriages begin sometimes very beautifully, but at some point, there are hitches, there are obstacles, there are problems, and so on. And this is what began to give me this urge to work on marriages. And while I was working on this theme, my bulletproof marriage, I want to say that when God dropped this theme into my heart, my God, I was like, what, really? Bulletproof? And I was reflecting on what it means to bulletproof. And, I came to the fact that, okay, it's to protect or prevent or shield it from attacks, from arrows and all the like. Anyway, I'm looking at the people who are on now. I'm looking at the number of participants, the people who registered, because by this morning, we're almost over 100 people who had registered for this conference. I'm looking at those who are on right now, and no, I'm just wondering. I'm excited. I'm overwhelmed. From the start, I was excited by the passion of my purpose and the expected outcomes of this summit. Then, as the planning was going on, anxiety joined. The passion, and it felt rather stressful, yet necessary. I had already launched, and there was no turning back. How will you dare stop midway when the purpose is firing you and great speakers have committed to your mission? Today, the joy of getting to this stage and seeing you all connected adds joy on top of the anxiety and the passion. I'm not sure what that gives, but I feel nervous, yet hopeful, because I know God made this happen. And He has prepared great people with talents and experiences to speak to us on various topics. You see, gone are the times when we needed to climb mountains, walk valleys, and cross oceans, spending huge sums of money to attend summit. Technology is telling us that change, evolution, or call it a revolution, is possible. Even me organizing this summit, I'm so amazed at how much I've had to learn in the past couple of months as I prepared the summit. From understanding the uses of technology, applications, and platforms, to learning from talking with all the speakers, communicating with them back and forth, I see the possibility of your and my lives getting a new experience throughout this summit. Our speakers are diverse, both in gender and experiences. There are renowned international speakers full of wisdom and godly character. You will get a chance to watch, listen to their profiles as we will introduce them in the course of the summit. Please connect with them and follow them to learn more of the summary they will give here. Because the truth is, you will hardly get everything in one meeting like this. So this is the academy of which I am the founder. That's the Blossom Life Academy, which is upcoming. And there will be courses there, and you'll be given how to register. This academy, let's just say what we're doing now is falling under the Blossom Life Academy. And we have a course that will be coming up. And we equally have books coming up, which you will get the opportunity to be amongst the first, the first to know about the first line of these 3 books, and which I'm about to release. And I'll give you further insight. And these books will equally give you further insight into the management of your marriages. I really want to say thank you guys once more. Thank you all for registering. And for those who following on various platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you are following this, you can visit my website. And I want to seize this opportunity to thank you all. Thank you, all the speakers in advance. Thank you, my technical team, who are doing so much, doing amazingly well from the background to produce all what you guys can see. I want to say thank you. Thank you. And may God bless you throughout all the days you will spend with us and beyond. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So,
Amazing! Guys, you've heard that. May God bless you. May God bless you and the days that you will spend here. Today and tomorrow is what Delphine is referring to. Delphine, thank you so much. Thank you for that.
Delphine Fogwe is a women's relationship and leadership coach. She is a John Maxwell speaker, trainer, and coach. She helps women find themselves, live intentionally and aligned with purpose so that they can blossom in their marriages, careers, and start to enjoy life as intended by God. Delphine Fogwe is a pastor who has worked with women for over 15 years, mentoring, teaching, and coaching them. Delphine Fogwe is the Vice President of the African Women in Leadership Organization, Yaoundé chapter. She is co-founder with her husband and Vice President of Dream Foundation, a faith-based institution which seeks to empower youth and build talents in Christendom. Delphine Fogwe is founder of the Queens on Fire community, where she teaches women leadership principles through her masterminds. She is founder of the Wives on Fire community, where she equips wives daily with the Word of God while empowering them through her prayer watch program known as Wives in the Upper Room. Delphine Fogwe is wife to Apostle Rogers Fogwe and mother to two beautiful daughters, Casey and Rina. Delphine Fogwe is an author of 3 books: How to Win Your Dream Man, The Attraction Code, The VIP Wife, Wisdom for the 21st Century Wife, Every Day a Honeymoon, Secrets that will guarantee a blissful marriage. Delphine Fogwe is founder and host of the Relationship Summit 2022. Her goal is to build over 1,000 happy marriages in 10 years.
Incredible, guys! What did you think of that? That was amazing, Delphine. I was just mesmerized by you and all the amazing things that you are doing to advance the kingdom of God, to advance the people of God, to ensure that people are blessed and elevated. Thank you so much for that amazing activation is what I will call it. You lit the fire in us, and we definitely caught it. Thank you for sharing your story, the story of how you saw your parents connect and what inspired you to go on this journey. It was just amazing. Guys, what did you think about it? I want you guys to put it in the comments. I see a lot of people saying, oh, amazing, Delphine Fogwe, you are a source of inspiration to us all. I love it. Amazing. Titi says, Wemisola says, awesome. Gloria says, amazing. Titi again says, amazing and awesome. Guys, this is just the beginning. This is just the opener, would you believe? We are going on a journey, and I want every single one of you to stay glued. The only thing I want you to do aside staying glued is invite people. Let's get this room filled up. Look, there are so many people in the world who need this. You heard Delphine talk about, her mission in life is to empower 10,000 homes and ensure that 10,000 homes are living well. Look, she's not going to be able to do that without you helping. We need you to also help. Put your hand on the plow. 10 families. Right now, as you're listening to this, right? We're about to get into our segment. The first speaker is about to speak. So this is the right time. Get people in the room. You invite, share, get people to come so that, these people can benefit. right? No one's asking for anything. So when we say it's a free summit, it's not really free because Delphine has paid the price for it. And the only thing she's asking in return is that you invite someone, not one, not two, not three, at least stretch it and just put it in your WhatsApp groups. Invite as many people as possible. Guys, it's about to get hot in here. It is about to get hot in here. We're about to go into our very first segment of tonight. And I am going to be learning on my pen, my paper, my journal. Remember, guys, I spoke to you guys about having a journal earlier. Make sure your notepad is beside you. We are about to talk about finances in a marriage. How many people think it's a good idea? It is a good idea for us to get our finances in check. You don't want to be that person where you are asking for something that God has already given, and God is you're begging and saying, God, please just help my wife financially. We're struggling. And God is like, I've given you every single thing. The problem is that you're not managing it well, right? So you don't even know that you have it. So I want to make sure that you guys are as ready as I am to soak up all the wisdom, all the knowledge, all the revelation that our next speaker is going to bring to the table. I have the absolute honor of inviting our next speaker, and her name is Bridget Eleshi. You're going to hear her bio in a second. But what she's here.
Bridget Ellison is a certified marriage master, mentor, board member, executive affiliate, mental health, and addiction counselor at the Institute of Marriage and Family Affairs, TIMFAR, USA. She is a John C. Maxwell coach, speaker, teacher, and trainer. She is also a master practitioner of neuro-linguistic programming and a certified creativity coach and ambassador. Bridget Ellison teaches the concept of team to families and organizations, as well as self-care, emotional and mental wellness. As a leadership strategist, she has amazing results in helping people find clarity, in addition to building individual and family systems that create bliss. She is fully married to Tunde Ellison and makes her home in Lagos, Nigeria, with her 3 blessed and prophetic children. She is the author of several books and magazines, amongst which are The Self-Love Guide for the Complete Family, Father Mentor, Fathers, You Must Take the Lead, the 21st Day Complete Woman Marriage Challenge, and Bridget Lee Speaking. She loves reading, speaking, creating content, traveling, and meeting people.
Good evening. Good evening, amazing sisters of mine. Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome, man. Thank you
so
for
much.
coming. We are so excited to have you.
Same here. I am excited to be amongst powerful women that I've admired from afar, and today we are together. Thank you so much for having me.
That's God for you, man. That is God's doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
okay, so should we? We're gonna hand over to you. I am ready. I am ready to soak up every single thing that you're dishing out. I definitely need this session. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of people are asking God and are praying, God, please release the finances, make sure my this. And God is like, I have given you all the wisdom, everything that you need. It's with you here on earth. So I'm happy that you are the vessel that is being used today. And I bless you, and we're ready to soak up everything you've got for us, Ma.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to appreciate everyone. And when I got the topic, I was laughing because my journey, I'm going to be sharing my story. I've been married for 19 years, and interestingly, I was one person that had issues with finance management, So for me to get this topic, it just shows that God knows that I have grown, and He wants to help me pass on what I have learned. So I want to say thank you, Coach Delphine. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I greet all our amazing speakers that'll be here today and tomorrow. It's such a wonderful, well, I say it's a privilege to just be amongst everybody that will be speaking. And I don't take that privilege for granted. So today I'm talking about money matters and marriage. Money matters and marriage. I've been married for 19 years, like I said, and counting. It's forever to go. And being a coach and a marriage relationship, will I call myself an expert? Yes. Even if you're married for 1 year, you can actually teach others. But then I've done this for over 19 years, and I found out from being a coach and from training people that money is one of the top reasons that couples, you know, fight in marriage. And it's a big conflict area. People quarrel over money, and if they are not careful, if they don't manage it well, what happens is it will cause them pain. And if they are not careful, this money matter can make or break their marriage. So it's very, very, very important that we discuss it. And when I take people through marital, premarital classes, I always tell them this is the meat of the matter, because as a person of faith, money is said to be a defense. Money, they say, answer it all. Okay, so we all need money. You can't go to the market and say, oh, I have a beautiful face, or give me this thing. No, you need to spend money. And so for your marriage to work, we need to understand that money is a vital part, okay, of the marriage. Money is a vital part. So if you have your pen and paper, I'm going to take you through a journey, because if we get what money is, if we understand the money mindset, if we understand where we are coming from, if we understand that now you and your husband, you are a new nation and must have the wisdom to manage your resources, and money is a tool, is a resource that you both need to make your marriage work. Okay, so you need the wisdom to do life together and to manage your finances. So that wisdom in managing your finances is what I'll be talking about today. So my topic I was given is money matters and marriage. Money matters and marriage. So if we want to handle this topic the way it should be, I've decided to handle it my own way, and I will talk about my journey. But the first thing, if you're married or if you're not even married, the first question to ask yourself is, how do I view money as a person? And if you're married, how do you view money as a couple? How do you view finance? What is your money mindset? What is your financial history? Where are you coming from? How did your parents fare with money? How did you grow up understanding money? I grew up with entrepreneurial parents. I didn't meet my parents working for anyone. So I grew up with two entrepreneurs as parents. And my dad had like a lumber business, what you call sawmill. And my mom was also helping, doing her own part there, and they were working together. So that was what I met. But then they were not working for anybody. So growing up, I would help them count money. So I still tell people money has never been an issue for me, because I won't say my parents were super rich, but they had more than enough to take care of us. I'm the first of 8 children. So for me, I learned from them. But one thing I can say, I didn't learn budgeting. If my mom will budget, and that's not a budget actually, is to say, okay, track how she spent her money after she has spent it. So I learned how to make money because they were hardworking. They had things that they were doing to earn money, including properties and their business. But when it comes to sitting down to say budget plan, it wasn't really their thing. But my dad will plan to say, okay, school fees is this time, it's that time. So for me, I learned how to manage money looking at my parents. And right now, between myself and my husband, I know who is who. My husband grew up with parents that worked with the government, and so they were salary earners. So they will plan their money. They will write, you know, and plan up front before they spend. So getting married, I will spend before I start tracking. My husband will plan before he spends. So why am I asking you this? This is where the drama starts in marriage. This is where we start having drama, because you are coming from two different backgrounds. So you need to ask yourself, how do I view money? I saw money as a tool. I saw money as available. I have this abundance mindset that even if I don't have money in my account or in my pocket, I'm not worried. I don't have high temperature, as they say it here in Nigeria. I don't have blood pressure over money issues. Why? Because I grew up with that mindset that, yes, money is surplus. I saw money at a very young age. And then I knew how to make money because my parents were business people. So till today, I'm always thinking, how do I sell this thing? How do I sell this? Sometimes I tell people, step into my office, this is my car. I have something to sell. Okay? But having the passion to sell is different from you managing and investing your money. So as a person, look at yourself and ask yourself, how do I view money? What is my money mindset? Are you thinking abundance or you're thinking scarcity? What is your financial history? How did your parents fare with money? Because whoever taught you about money is how you will start living your life like, and how you start spending, except you intentionally learn. I had to go and learn, because one of the challenges we had was my lack of budgeting, my lack of, in quotes, not planning. I had to learn. I had to get coaches. I had to be in businesses, go for seminars. I had to follow mentors, buy books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Catch Flow Quadrants. I can name so many books I had to read just so that I could get on the same page with my husband. So how did you grow up understanding money? And what is your attitude till now to money? I still see it as a tool, but now I'm a better saver. I have a balance to an extent, not completely. I'm not going to come here and start telling lies. Not completely, because it depends on where you're coming from. I'm altruistic in nature, so I am good at giving. And sometimes I don't think. I just, okay, the money is there. Somebody comes to ask, I give. My husband plans his giving. And if his giving is done for the month, when you come, it's tough for him to really answer you. But once I hear a sub story, I'm like, oh, this person needs help. And you know what happens? People will take advantage of it, because they know that once, oh, there's a need, you don't plan your money, you become their ATM. So you need to understand your attitude to money. And then you need to understand, how do both of you see money? Who owns the money? I believe, as a person of faith, that money was not created by God. Men created money because they needed something in exchange. So money is given in exchange for value. So I believe that God is the one that supplies needs and can help. But that does not mean you can't make money, or you won't make money, or you won't enjoy money. So your attitude to money is key as a person and as a couple. Who owns the money? We hear that all the time. I teach. I'm a trainer. So when people say, oh, who owns the money? Say, oh, my money. We do it most times as women. My money is my money. His money is our money. And that's selfish. My money is not my money in my house. It's our money. My husband's money is our money. So the way we have our accounting done, it might be different. But I tell people, whether you want to keep a joint account, you want to keep a single account, you have your account, your husband has his account, or you want to save and keep your money together, you both have to sit down and agree. So communication is key in money management between couples. Communication is key, very, very key. So who contributes the money? That's the next question. Who contributes? Who spends the money? Who is the saver in your family? Who is the spender? Do you have a single income family, or you have a double income family? Single income means one person is the only one earning. Double income means both of you are earning. I've had, when we had single income, as in double income, I was working, my husband was working, we were contributing together. And then one time I had to stay back at home and I became a domestic goddess. And I don't like that word. housewife or stay at home, you know. It's okay, but I just said, oh, I don't like anybody calling me a housewife. I would rather call myself a domestic goddess. So that's my title, and I wear it proudly. And so I stayed back, I think after 4 years of working, and decided, because then we had 2 young toddlers, and then a 3rd child was on the way. And my husband was like, yes, your work is so busy. I am busy. Somebody needs to stay at home. And we sat down to look at it, because sometimes people will say, oh, must it be the woman to stay at home? Who is earning more? That's where communication comes in. Who is earning more? My husband was earning more. And then I was flexible, because even the work I was doing is something I can do even if I'm at home, if I decide to. And that was the decision we took. And I stayed back because he was earning more. And then in terms of the children, I was also like the nurturer. I'm the first of 8 children, like I said. So I was hands-on and better able to cope with the children. And so I stayed back. So now we moved from double income to single. So how do you manage when you are in this space? Because for a lot of people, they start having money issues when the one that is contributing feels that the one that is not contributing towards the finances and is the one spending in quotes is now a liability. And if you are not careful, you start resenting each other. Oh, you're always spending. I tell my husband, if you put the money on the table, it won't spend itself. Somebody needs to spend it. And I'm the proud spender. I do not mind being called a spender. Okay? But then you both need to sit down and say, this is us. This is what we have. Because you can't be like my parents where we've spent money and we're tracking. You have to budget. You have to budget first. So know who the spender is, who the saver is. And the truth about most marriages, they fight, couples fight, because the spender feels constrained and the saver feels insecure. There are people, if they have not saved nothing, they will even be mean to themselves in terms of spending. They'll be mean to themselves. They can't even enjoy their money. Okay? So you need to look at your finances, know the spender, know the saver, and let the saver be in charge of the money. And it's not about gender now, please. Because sometimes you say, oh, because I'm the man, I should keep the money. If you are the spender, you can't keep the money. And every man listening to me, know that financial security is key to your spouse. It's key to your wife. Women love financial security. They don't want a case where they have a need and it's not, the bill is not ready, it's not being paid. It can get them into all sort of drama. So please, do them a favor. And if your wife is the spender, you be the saver. My husband is the saver. And most times I call him the spreadsheet guy. So he's the one that would track and say, this is what is coming in. This is what we have to spend. These are the things we need to do. So you need to keep up with your finances. Know who the spender is. Know your income. Are you a double earning family or a single earning family? Then know what you need to spend every month. We've been tracking our accounts for what is 5 years, more than 5 years now, if not going to 10 years or more. And every month, my husband will send, he has a spreadsheet. He will send, oh, these are the needs for this month. So we have monthly, we have quarterly, we have yearly. There are things that will happen yearly. There are things that will happen quarterly. School fees is quarterly. So if we're looking for school fees, we've paid school fees for this session. What we are looking for is school fees for the next term, not now. So you plan ahead. Okay? So if you do that, you won't have all of those drama that couples usually have. You won't have it. So know the spender, know the saver, and then know how to help yourselves. How can you be realistic with your money? How can you be realistic with your money? Because for a lot of people, they want to keep up with the Joneses. You know how it is, or keep up with the Kardashians. Interestingly, the Kardashians are hardworking ladies making money. So you go there, you're just watching and you feel, no, they're making their money and you're watching them on TV. Except you're writing content on them, then you're just waiting and then you want to dress like them. It won't work. It won't work. You need to sit down and ask yourself, what do I have? Even if your husband has all the money in the world, I think you should still do something that will bring in the money. You have gifts, you have talents as a woman. And these days I've seen even women earn higher than their husbands. So that's days of, oh, I'm a woman, I'm living on the man. It's good to be a kept woman. I am a kept woman, and I enjoy that title. That yes, my husband is taking care of me. He keeps me. But the truth is I contribute financially. I do things. I'm a speaker, I'm a coach. I manage, events, and I do several other things. So that brings in money. And so if you're working as well, that is another source of income. So know all of this, and then be open to each other. Be open. Be open to talking about your finance, because communication is what will help both of you stay on the same table. Okay? So after that, understand what budgeting means. Learn what does it mean to budget. Like I've said, you do not say, oh, I'm budgeting after you've spent the money. You sit down and tell yourself realistically, this is what we've earned. This is what is coming in. And these are our expenses. What are we going to save? What are we going to save? And then you budget and allocate the money you have. You allocate it to what you need to spend. So you don't spend the money and then you start allocating. So if you want to manage your money well as a couple, please, your mindset first. How do I see money? Like I've said, I'm a person of faith, and I know all of us are people of faith, as in the speakers. So understand first of all that there's that abundance mindset. Start from there. And then be open to communicate. This is where I'm coming from. This is my background. How do we make this work between us? How do we make progress as a family? How do we move as a couple? For me, team works all the time. For together, everyone achieves miracle. The miracle of coming from two different backgrounds, where probably you didn't have enough growing up. Maybe you have the story of I didn't have shoes. That's okay. Now you have shoes. How do you ensure that your children will have shoes and keep having shoes, and your great-grandchildren will have shoes to wear? That they don't have to go through the painful experience you had with your parents. How do you ensure that? How do you communicate to your spouse that you are in this together and you must spend together? You must make the money together. You must manage the money together. You must multiply the money together. Because together you will achieve much more than one person. I've seen a lot of homes where the wife is doing a thing, the husband is doing a thing, and then when you have smart people around them, I won't say corny, people that know that they are not together in their finances, this one will come, oh, auntie, I need money for this, and you write out the check. They will go to your husband, oh, uncle, I need money for this, without consulting, because you're not on the same table. You will give the same person even much more. The husband will give, and both of you, you've been played. But when you are on the same table and you talk about your finances, you plan your giving. We believe in giving because God will bless you for giving. So you plan your giving. If you're a person of faith, plan your tithes. How do I give? Plan all the things you need per day. Okay, if you need to spend money, I do bulk buying. So I might not spend money per day, but then you need to. I live in Nigeria, and there are needs. There are things you have to buy. Maybe because of the power issue and everything, people have to maybe think of fuel, diesel, petrol, whatever it is. You need to think of other things. You need to budget before you start spending. Budget it. Budget it. And then you need to plan for emergency. You need to plan. Sit down and plan. What if something happens? What do I do? What do I do? So you need all of these conversations. So if you're not married, praise God. You're listening now, you can learn. You can learn and tell yourself, I need to be financially literate. I don't want to be an illiterate when it comes to finance. I need to be able to know about money. I need to be able to manage my money better. I need to be able to invest. Don't just keep monies in the bank. Don't keep monies in the bank and think, oh, it will increase. Inflation will reduce that money to peanuts. So you need to learn how to invest and the things to invest on. You need to look for multiple sources of income as a family to say, how do we move our income? How do we move? I remember one time myself and my husband sat down and we were asking, what are our streams of income? Because we read in the Bible, this might not be for you, but we read in the Bible, I think it's 1 Kings 4. I'm trying to remember, I'll check. 1 Kings 4 or so, where it said Solomon had 12 governors and each governor provided food for his family per month. 12. So we turned it from 12 governors to 12 businesses. How can we have 12 businesses that will provide for our family per month? Business 1 can be speaking. Speaking is bringing money. Business 2 can be coaching. Coaching brings money. Business 3 can be a salary job. Like my husband is still in paid employment. That is business 3. Business 4 can be, okay, what else do we have to do? Can I be an affiliate marketer for people, market their products and make money? Business 4. Business 5 can be things that I'm managing. I manage people and I manage events and things like that. That's business 5. And counting. We are not in business 12 as I speak, but we are not in business 1. We are not in business 2. We are not in business 3. We are not in business 4. When I used to train, my coach then will say, you know, my financial coach will say, if you sit on a 1-leg chair, what will happen? You fall. You sit on a 2-leg chair, you fall. On a 3, maybe you get a bit of balance. On a 4-legged chair, you are sitting pretty because most chairs are 4-legged. Okay? You're sitting pretty. So if you have just one source of income, my dear, even if you tell me that source of income is earning you 1 billion in a day, you are still below what you should be making. Even the richest people, if you find out, they have their hands everywhere. Everywhere, like the octopus. You see them in this business, in that business. Why? Because they need to secure their finance. And you can't be in one business like, oh, that's all you're doing. Because if that business comes crashing, I used to manage, I still do, manage a hall. And then COVID happened. And every event went online. So if that was my only source of income, believe you me, would have eaten sand. Because everybody has their own issues. So you need to diversify your income earning. Don't be in one industry. Don't be in one business. Oh, I'm a coach and both of you are coaches. No. What else can you do? What else can you do? Because if coaching is not bringing money, what else will bring money? If whatever you're selling is not bringing money, what else will bring money? So sit down and look at the needs of people. People will need food. They will need clothes. They will need housing. They need somewhere to stay. So look at those 3 businesses and play. Even if you cannot, real estate is as real as it gets. Where can you play? So that you can earn money. Okay? Where can you play to earn money? So sit down with your spouse and look at it. Look at how you can both earn. Look at what you can earn from. Look at all the things that you need to do to earn that money. Okay? And when you do that, you will discover that you are better off. You won't be having all the drama of, oh, we don't have enough money. Oh, we can't pay school fees. Oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. You won't have that drama. Why? Because you are doing it together. You are diversifying your streams of income. And you are also telling yourself, we need to plan together. Plan our giving, plan our budget, have everything working for us. Okay? I'm trying to get that scripture on Solomon. Let me quickly get it so that anybody can go see it and then know. And if you look at it, in Genesis, it said the garden, you know, like you having the Garden of Eden, that it had 4 streams. 4 streams. So we always tell people, work on 4 streams of income. It's 1 Kings 4:7. Okay? 1 Kings 4:7 says Solomon had 12 governors. And so with that, we told ourselves you must have at least 4 streams of income, but let's move to 12. Let's move to 12 so that we can sit pretty. These governors provided food from their districts. They were responsible. Each governor was responsible for giving food to the king 1 month of each year. And they named the governors in the scripture, 1 Kings 4:7. They named the governors. But we turned it to businesses. At Team Election, we have 12 businesses. And each business will provide for us per month. And like I said, we're not in 12 yet. But we are not in 1, 2, 3, 4. We've moved more than 6 now. Okay? So you need to sit down as a couple and plan. Plan all the things that you need to do. Plan everything together. And then ask yourself, am I saving money? Am I multiplying money? Am I saving? Am I multiplying? Because an uncle of mine said, he said, your best friend in the times of financial need is your best bank account beside your spouse. Because if you are a team, I believe in team-centered marriage, where it's me and my husband doing everything as a team. Our children are part of our team. So we call ourselves Team Election. But we're a team, so we work together. So I believe strongly in the team, the power of the team, because you achieve so much more. You achieve miracles when you work as a team. So you sit down and plan. So what are you saving? Do you have emergency fund? Do you have emergency fund? If anything happens today, God forbid, can you survive for the next 3 months without having to go begging? It's very key. What you save is what you will get. Do you have at least 3 months? We would say, tell people do 6 months. And we learned that from going for premarital classes before our marriage. And one of our mentors said, you know what? You need to save. You need to have enough food at home. So till today, we still teach those coming to us for premarital classes. You need to have all of this. You need to save, make food available. You can't get married and say, oh, I spent all my money doing a wedding. No, the wedding is one day. The marriage is after. It's forever to go. So if you start doing photo shoot and go, it's good, but you don't save, then you are in trouble. Or you believe in, oh, it's our first child's birthday, so we have to call the entire community. People will come and eat. But at the end of the day, the baby you are celebrating does not even have an understanding of being celebrated. You can mark the birthday, have a cake, cut, take pictures, but that party, you can save that money and even start buying shares in the name of that child. Start an account in the name of that child and put the money in there. So that when it's time to start school, you're not looking for money for school fees. And I always tell people, most people will come, oh, we need money for this and that. And I'm like, if it's a pregnancy takes 9 months to manifest fully for you to give birth. Except you go for, maybe you've had your money and everything, there's an emergency, something happens, you need to spend. If you plan well, the day of your wife's delivery, you won't be scratching your head looking for money. Except if maybe there's an emergency, she's going for a CS, and you have money for natural birth, and then it's higher because it's an operation, then people can understand. But if you say, oh, I don't have the money, then they will look at you as unserious. As a man, even you as a woman, pregnancy does not really come unannounced. It's a 9 months course. So you can start saving bit by bit. And then, oh, I have this saved, it's not enough. People will understand. It's the same thing with your rent. It's yearly. So you don't have it. Just, oh, my rent is due now. This, that. When nothing happens, nobody will listen to you. Because everybody, they are going through their own drama. They are going through their own problems. Okay? So you need to look at that. And look at yourself. And plan. Plan your savings. Plan everything that you have to do. You need to plan. And after planning, please save for yourself. Save for your family's future. And save to bless others as well. Then understand your financial strength. We all have financial strength. Understand it. Adopt as, how will I say it now? Adopt your own financial way of gathering your money and knowing what to do. Okay? Adopt something that works for both of you. I can't tell you, choose my style. I believe in financial accountability. So even if you both have separate accounts, it's okay, but you agree together. Okay? Agree together. So you can have separate accounts, that's fine. But please agree together to spend the money. And then plan and keep planning. Recognize your strengths, help each other. Know your income. Adopt a financial system that will work. No matter the kind of accounting system you are both running, whether single, whether together. Then understand how it is to manage money. And there's something simple that one of my coaches taught me, and that's something I've been using on finance. It's called like the wealth jar. And what she said was, sit down and plan based on what is coming. And every time you're planning, have what you call the project jar. So you have like maybe 5, 6 buckets. Have your project jar. Have your play jar, where you both keep money that you will use for a holiday, use to enjoy, go out and do things. Have a vacation. Don't deny yourself. You are the one working. Don't deny yourself. Have an education jar. I believe in self-development. Okay? Yes, Coach Delphine has given this to us free, but she's paying. She's paying. At least sowing into the lives of everybody speaking and then planning for everything. So at the end of the day, it's not really free. So you're here to develop yourself. Also plan to develop yourself and say, okay, Coach Delphine, do you have a course that I can do with you? I love what these people are doing. Or any of the coaches, do you have something that will better me? I want to learn more. So have that education jar. Have the education jar. Okay? Have that. And then from there, please have a charity jar. Plan to give. Give people. Then have investment jar. Invest your money. And then have a necessity jar where every need you have, you can have that money there. And from there, you keep giving. Please understand that money matters. Will break or make a marriage. So don't be part of those that will be counted that, oh, this was what happened. They didn't have enough money. So, and even people with too much money can still break up. We know that. But sometimes it's the pressure of not having enough, not managing what you have that breaks the marriage. So look at yourself. And then as you invest, as your income increases, please don't go spending. Don't go spending. Decrease your necessity jar. Decrease what you are using, to say, okay, these are the things I need for each day. Decrease and invest more. And if you have to open several accounts, please open those accounts. Open them. And as I wrap up, please, all that I have said might look like Greek to you. But one thing you should not forget, marriage is forever. It's till death do us part. And because you are married does not mean you cannot have the good things of life. It does not mean you cannot do life as a team. So one of the things you must pray for, as you pray for oneness in marriage, pray for oneness in your finance. Pray for oneness in your finance. Look at yourself and pray for oneness. Okay? Pray for oneness and ask yourself, this is what I need. This is what I need to do. We need to be one in our finances. We need to work together as one. We need to do things as one. So please pray for oneness. Believe that God will make you one in your finance. The Bible says that Adam and Eve, the couple, they were naked and not ashamed. So there's nothing to be ashamed about. Talk about your finance. Talk about the things that you have. Ask God to make you one. Talk about everything and plan. Right now, everything we plan, we believe in writing goals every year as a couple. And we write goals. I can show you my goals from 2015, 2016, 2018. I can count. We write like 10 years plan and we put things there. Oh, this is where this person will be at this time. This is what we'll be paying. And some of those things are happening. Why? Because we sat down to plan. We didn't wish. Because a lot of people, oh, I want to be rich. I want to have 30 billion in my account. All you're doing is mere wishing. After dreaming, after wishing, sit down and put pen to paper and say, what do we need to do to be financially free? What do we need to do that we will not depend on others? I'm not saying people cannot help you. I'm not saying people cannot invest in you. I'm just saying that you can not stay and you are living off people on a daily basis. They have their own issues. What can you do to help yourself? Is in learning proper financial management. Is in learning, sitting down and telling yourselves that we're a team and we can do this together. We've told ourselves before, we don't do Ashoebi. What they call, you know, somebody is getting married and they say, oh, you need to buy this attire. Oh, it's for this thing. It's for the wedding. We'll ask you, do you have a color code? Tell us, we'll wear. Nothing stops. You're not stopping us from coming. We'll get you a good gift. You want us, we will come. But that issue of buying those clothes, because it's just one-off. Some you can't wear again. So please, don't put yourself under pressure. Don't put yourself under pressure. Once you can get this money matter sorted, more than half of your challenges in marriage will be sorted. I know other coaches will be coming to talk, but I'm talking from experience. This is 19 years. Being a spender, having drama, not having enough, and then having to sit down to learn. I had to pay coaches. I had to go for seminars, go for programs. We sat down, and there was a time we went for a program to speak. I was speaking on intimacy that day, and another person came to speak on money. And after that, my husband said, no, we're not going home. I'm like, what? He said, some of the things this guy said, we need to go sit down. What are our sources of income? Where are we? Because maybe I'm thinking this way, you are thinking that way. Let's sit down and plan. And we started naming. These are the sources, these are this. And somebody said, no, you can't put this one separately. Put this together. And we saw our financial reality to know that, hey, we are not doing well. We need to do better. We need to do better. And today we've done better. We are not where we want to be, but the truth is we are not where we used to be. And this has helped us, just being a team, knowing that we can run our finances together. It has helped us and it's still helping us. So I don't know if we have questions. I don't know, Ma'am Delphine, if you are there. If my time is up, I try to keep within the time space, but please, if we have questions, I'll be glad to answer. I'll be very glad to answer. And
wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have just nailed it. You are such a guru, that financial guru. You know, we didn't quite tell the people to put up questions. I'm sure that's why we don't yet have questions up. But please, I think we still have a few minutes to go. If you have your questions from this topic that she has just spoken on, guys, put up your questions. Okay, I think there's a question up. Okay. Can you see that question?
I can see it. My goodness. I am sat here completely gobsmacked about how it works. You know how you were explaining, you were talking about who you were, obviously the spender, and every single characteristic. I'm saying without is somebody I used to be. Somebody I used to be yesterday.
You're in good company, honestly. We're all work in progress. So please own your spending, title, but then we can all do better.
For the first time, I heard it explained. You know, when you talked about the spender feels constrained.
Bridget Ellison.
You know, when you talked about the spender feels constrained and the saver feels insecure. That is, yeah. I was like, oh, is that why he's like that?
My God. You know, she said something, our money. Who is a spender? Plan, budget, streams of income. In fact, there's so much. What you have released this evening, ma'am, you know, you said something, and I remember what somebody said. He said, a lot of people spend money they don't have to buy things they don't need and impress people they don't love.
That don't even care about them. That's the truth. People that don't care about them.
When you talk about spending, and I'm like, really, you've just touched some very hot points there. And I saw a question. I think she tried putting it in a certain way. It's like,
okay,
if her spouse is the spender here, how can she help? For instance, how can she help?
Okay, my reality was my husband is the saver, I'm the spender. So what we had to do was financial literacy. Go and learn. And he was nice about it. So he will help with books. He will also, you know, talk. And then we go to a church where my pastor is big on so many things. And so we will go for programs together and learn and come back and say, what do we need to do differently? So if your husband is the spender, how can I help you? If it's your wife, how can I help you? And you talk to the person and say, you know what, we're not fighting, we're on the same page, but how do we save more? This is a true story. This was about more than 5 years now. More than 5 years, because now I remember we moved house after we opened that account. We sat down one and we told ourselves, any money we receive that is not planned for, we're going to keep it in an account, a separate account. I went to open an account in my name with Guarantee Trust Bank, GT Bank, opened it, and my husband became co-signatory. It's in my name, but he's co-signatory. No ATM till today, that account still exists. No ATM, no online banking. If we need to withdraw money from that account, we both need to go there physically and withdraw. It was painful. It's still painful because I still shout over it. Like, why should this, even if it's online banking, let's do something. My husband said, no ATM, nothing. So we started putting money in there. So if I go speak or I go somewhere, I get cash. It goes into the account. I go do something, or somebody comes, I have done something, and the person decides to send me a check. It goes into the account. Same thing with my husband. Or we do something and the money comes. It's not planned for, goes into the account. Before 6 months, money in that account was in millions. We were almost weeping. Why? Meaning we had spent more than that. Because the money will come, oh, something you didn't plan for. Ah, that hat have been high, that we've won. Hey, let me just buy it. You go and buy it. We decided to fix that money and we fixed it. Fixed it, and what that meant was we got interest later when we liquidated. So what am I saying? Some of us are truly spending our future. Spending our future because we do not know and we've not learned how to save and invest. So if you are the saver, please help your spouse. Read books, talk, share videos. There are people I read. I go online, read, Google, check. There are people I follow on finances, and it's helping me. I'm not there yet, I won't lie. But now I can tell people, oh, because if I have money, you come to me, I will give. I have like about 3, you know what they call trips, a job that I do. I have 3. I will do 100 and something thousand here. Another one, 100. Do small money. Why? So that when needs come, and I have different months to pick. Oh, I don't want to pick this one now. Some I want to pick now, so that I will work hard to pay quickly. Some I want it last, so that it will become savings for something I want to do at a particular date. So I choose my dates. And what is that doing? Meaning I don't have any free money. Why? Because if I have it, I can't lie. If somebody comes to ask for help, I will want to help. It's me. So I have a budget for help. And once that help is over, it's over. I'll just tell you, please let me know the next time. Except something happens. I say, be praying. If something happens, I can remember you and put bets. If I don't have. Then till date, any money I receive, except there's a need that I talk to my husband about, oh, we need to do this, that half cannot go. Half of it goes to that account. Half of it goes to that account. That's savings. So no, nothing. And that can be used for anything we need to use it for. But we both need to appear in the bank. So please, for that lady, tell your husband it's not too late to learn. He said it's when you wake up that it's your morning. So tell your husband that please, we need to learn. We need to secure our future. We need to help ourselves. If the way I was is what I am now, my husband will regret marrying me. But today, I'm even the one saying, you need to join. And he has seen the benefit of even joining some of those trips. Because I'll say, if you join now, you pick this one. Then you start working. And it's working for us. Sometimes it's that are just saving us from even embarrassment. Why? Because it's money saved that you get back. So please, it's not too late to learn. Follow those that can teach you. I have bought books. I have followed people. I read articles. I still have articles that I will keep and I will send to our children, because now we are training and teaching them how to make money for themselves. Don't look at mommy and daddy's money. Look at how you will spend, save, and make money. And while they were growing up, what we used to do is give them an amount. We'll go into a shop and we give them, this is how much we're giving you. Let's see who the spender and the saver is. One of our daughters till today, if you give her money, she will buy some things. She will always come back with change. One will spend all the money and be looking for extra. Mommy, oh, I just bought this thing. This one. No. The daddy will say, go back, go and return all these other things. It must be the exact amount or less than. Our son, in between. But then they will just buy things. But this particular girl will spend and come back with change. Why? What were we doing with them? Teaching them financial literacy. Understand how to spend, how to manage. And now we're already saving for them. Saving. And you can save by looking for saving schemes. Look for insurance schemes and things that you save towards school fees, save towards whatever. So that it's invested. Do invest your money. There's so much out there. I don't want to put and tell you, oh, this person can work. I don't know anybody, but I know the ones that I do. But I don't want to endorse anybody. But please save and keep saving.
What a session. What a session. God bless you, Ma. This is deliverance.
Thank you.
This is deliverance. Thank you so much. Please put her back on screen. I just need to celebrate this word in season. Please, can you put Mrs. Bridget back on screen? Thank you so much. You have delivered people. I'll take one more question. There is one from Joyce, but I think you kind of touched on it and you answered it in a way earlier. It says, what are your thoughts on joint bank accounts with your husband?
Okay. For me, we have. So the truth is, I used to work somewhere. So my salary accounts became my main account until I now decided to go and open a savings account as well. So I have my own accounts, but we have like 3 joint accounts. One is in my name and we are both signatories. It's a Bridget election account, but Tunde and Bridget are signatories. Without both of us there, that money cannot be disbursed, okay? The second is an account that is, how will I say, there's another bank account that has savings, has dollars, is in our joint name. Then there's a third that is in both names. So we have one that both of us have to be there, another one either or has to be there to collect money. So we have the project account with one. Any money that goes there is for project for the house. Then we have the daily spending account. Any money that goes there is for what we need to spend for, okay, I'm going somewhere, I feel like taking ice cream, it's okay. It's there. But everything has been planned and budgeted for. With my husband, you can't just wake up and say, this is how I'm hungry. If I do a business and I put my 50%, what I do with the remaining 50% is my headache. As long as I'm not coming to trouble him, he won't trouble me. Okay? But my 50% must go to that account. His own will go. There are some days, he tells this story most times to say, we were on a project together and they sent us money. I think they sent us 50,000 each after the project. And he sent his own 50,000 complete to the account, the savings account that we have in our in my name, and it's no this is. I think I had a need then. I calculated everything and told him this money this way. He said, you didn't even do half of it. I said, no, you know where this money came from. I don't need to do half. This is how it is. And till today, he still talks about it, that this is not fair. So sometimes I'm not as faithful as he is, but I do my best to make sure that that 50% goes into that account, because it is what you have saved that you can bring out. So if I come to you and say, my sister, I need help, and so that help is 1 million, you ask me, sis, how much do you have that I can add to? If I say no, except I have a concrete story, you will see me as, I can't be funding your dreams. I have my own dreams. Please shift. Of course. Please shift.
I love that so much. Honestly, I personally could stay here and ask a way, because the way you came for me, at some point I was shifting uncomfortably in my seat. I was like, why the violence now? Why? What did I do to deserve these slaps? You might as well have been calling my name. This is such an impactful session for me. I am definitely going to be listening to the replay. God bless you so much. I especially love when you talked about the Asoebi, that you would not even collect Asoebi, that you have a rule. So powerful, so powerful. Guys, I want you to put in the comments box what your one big takeaway has been for this session, whilst I let the amazing Mr. Leshin go. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Let me put this in. If we buy you Asoebi, we love you too much. You are family, you are close, because that's where we will buy. Or it's a must, and that time we will decide whether to buy. Most times we really don't do it. Yes, because it's just you spending money that you might not need to wear the clothes again. You wear it. Oh, I was there. That's what we call the clothes. I was there at that occasion. So most times we don't do it, except, okay, maybe if it's affordable and you are too close to us. But if not, please just give us your color code. We will show up and enjoy the party.
That was incredible. God bless you. And yes, we'll be seeing you around. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
That was so enriching.
It was.
Our finances are never going to be the same.
Never.
As you bless many to grow rich, may you grow richer in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen.
Awesome, guys. How are you
so
feeling? Thank you so much. Guys, in the comments box, are you guys still there? How are you guys feeling? What a session. What a session. What a blessing. I took so many notes. And I'm like, wow. Did you hear about all the jars and the project jar, the play jar, the educational jar, the charity jar, the investment jar, the necessity? Honestly, I'm not playing. No, I came here to learn, and I am going to soak up as much much knowledge as I possibly can. Guys, we have just started. Just speaker number one, and we are ready. It's getting hot in here. Again, I'm going to put a call out. Guys, I want you to share this. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Whereas some people are on Instagram just scrolling aimlessly, watching pointless YouTube videos that will not elevate or enhance them, or just having random chats on the phone, or just doing nothing really. This is a worthwhile investment that will pay back on their time. I want you to put a call out, put it in groups. Say, guys, I want you guys here. Invite people, let them come here, let them learn so that they can be better for it. I'm telling you, when those around you, your community, people in your community are elevated, as you have better standing as a result, because you are not they say in the line of the blind, the one-eyed guy is king. You don't want to be that necessarily. You want everyone to be going higher at the same time. Who is ready? Who is ready for our next speaker? I have the absolute honor to bring up our next powerhouse. Who can say powerhouse? I hope you are ready. I hope you are ready, because our next speaker is an absolute powerhouse. She is going to bring you transformational wisdom that will keep your mind tingling long after this session is over. I want to invite you to sit up straight, get your notepads tighter so that you can soak up what is coming, because it is about to go to the next level. Our next speaker is Coach Eden A. Onwuka. And can I ask that her bio is put up just as I finish now, but she's going to be speaking about trauma and healing in relationships. She's a relationship coach, and she will be teaching from her wealth of wisdom. And I know that you will be better because of it. Okay, so team, can we put up her bio as we get ready for Coach Eden?
Eden A. Onwuka, fondly called the Sage, is a capacity builder.
Tech. We thank God.
Eden A. Onwuka, fondly called the Sage, is a capacity builder and teaching gift who simplifies complex issues by providing on-demand wisdom. She is a relationship and mindset coach, trained as a neuro-linguistic practitioner and in emotional freedom technique. She is a John Maxwell Leadership Certified Teammate and an official member of the Forbes Coaches Council. Eden is bivocational in her purpose expression and serves as both coach and consultant. As a coach, she helps women build relationship and emotional harmony so they can enjoy more productive lives through her signature coaching, A Woman and Half, in the USA. As a consultant with a Fortune 500 company, she provides strategy and financial advisory to small business owners. Her corporate experiences span 18 years in financial consulting and client management, with a brief stint in oil and gas. Eden holds a degree in English language communication, finishing best in class, and a master's in business administration, making the dean's list. While studying in Boston, Massachusetts, she undertook classes in corporate social responsibility and sustainability in Harvard. A dynamic speaker, she trains true leaders and aspiring speakers in a quarterly communications bootcamp called CLAP, Communicate Like a Pro. And she currently serves as president of the board of trustees for the Speak for Gold Gemstone Leadership Community founded by Sir Fela Durotoye. She describes herself as a woman driven by the sole purpose of seeing more women become driven by purpose, and is the brain behind A Woman and Half, a global collective of purpose-driven, culture-shaping, barrier-breaking, visionary thinking women from every part of the world who desire to be more and won't settle for less. Eden is a full-time author of The Power of a Single Story, Reigniting Hope, and the widely acclaimed A Woman and Half Affirmations, an impactful book of 100 affirmations divinely curated for the woman who wants to be more and won't settle for less, which has been translated to Spanish and French in her desire to reach even more women. Its sequel, A Man and Half, 200 affirmations for man who works in dominion, is set to debut next month. Having survived cancer twice.
Amazing! Oh my God, I was just transfixed. You know, watching that incredible bio. How is that one person? Like, that could have been the bio of 3 people, but it is one person. Oh my goodness! Look at her looking dashing. How are you? I think you're on mute.
Wow. Wow. Is your mic on? Okay, I think we can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Wow.
On stage. It is amazing and phenomenal to have you here with us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Well, good to see you, Tom.
Thank you, Coach Eden. Thank you for being there. You know, you've touched the lives of many. Your testimony alone means 1 million testimonies to others. Thank you so much for availing yourself.
Thank you.
And for accepting to come and do this. Thank you so much, Coach.
Well, then, good to see you, Tombra. And Pastor Delphine, God bless you. Thank you for moving forward forcefully in this journey of purpose. I remember meeting you in Dubai in 2019. And I can still remember that meeting vividly. I saw the hunger.
That's right.
I saw the hunger. Hunger is not a bad word. When it is channeled for things that are God-sized. I saw the desire. You were already accomplished in some right, but I saw the desire for the next. I saw the desire for the future. I saw the desire for legacy. You wanted more. So fast forward 3 years now, 4 years now, and to be doing this with you, it's almost an incredible honor. So guys, we're going to get started. Let me wear my glasses because for some reason I don't see the screen well, and I always jokingly say if I don't wear my glasses I begin to see men as trees. So
see men as trees.
Not see men as trees, I have to wear my glasses. So let me know when you want me to start.
Yes. So team, our amazing team, feel free to take us off screen so that our wonderful stage can start.
How are you all doing today? I hope you are feeling as excited as Tombra, the moderator. Guys, I am not as excited as I typically would be, and I'll tell you why. This is my default look. I always have a smile. So you might not understand that I'm not excited. Let me tell you why I'm not excited before we quickly go in. I'm not excited because there's just such a burden on marriages. Every marriage is experiencing some sort of pressure. So I've been tasked with the responsibility of bringing the word on trauma and healing in marriages. Okay? And trauma is such a broad topic. So I won't even delude you guys to tell you that I'm going to, we are not even going to exhaust it. But what I believe God to do today is to bring some introduction, okay, around at least recognizing trauma so that we know what it is and we see the signs and don't overlook it. So I will be speaking on trauma and healing in marriages. And what I want to bring out is 2 dimensions, okay? I'm going to bring out the dimension on one hand as a trained coach. So we're going to see the counseling, coaching, the psychological, the emotional dimension. Then I'm also going to add some sort of spiritual dimension to it. So it's going to be like a double-edged sword. But why I'm not excited is because I desire more people to be in this summit. There's everywhere you go, someone has a relationship pressure. So I'm a little confused because I know the people I'm coaching. Not everyone can afford a counselor, right? If you're not in a developed country where you have access to employee EAP, not everyone can afford a counselor. Not everyone can afford a coach. But everyone can afford a relationship summit that has been paid for. That's where I'm not feeling excited. And please receive this as tough love. Receive it as maybe a rebuke from God if you would like. We cannot move around burdened, having problems. We cannot move around with pressures in our relationship and yet not maximizing the opportunity when we see it. So please, if you know someone that might benefit from this conference, do more than putting it on your WhatsApp status. Please send a direct invite to them. We've put it on every platform. It's on our WhatsApp status. There is no excuse. If your marriage can get better financially, if it can get better psychologically, if it can get better sexually, or people don't get over it, we have to do the work. So moving on quickly. What are the triggers? Someone here, I hope you feel normal after today, because something happened to you when you were 10. A smell can be a trigger. The waft of this perfume of your abuser can move you to the past. A song, a ringtone. Are you kidding me? Yes. I had a ringtone in my first job 20-something years ago. And my boss was such a powerful visionary leader, but was also very toxic. So anytime my phone rang, I always had my heart in my mouth, because I was like, how will she respond now? So recently I heard that ringtone, and it just took me back to that, not fearful, to that very conscious 22-year-old who didn't know if her boss was going to be displeased. Triggers can be sights, sounds, smells, thoughts. Triggers can be people. Triggers can be a movie. It can also be something, anything that reminds you of a traumatic experience. While I was in 100 level, in fourth year in school, we were in a tutorial. So we were doing a tutorial with a team, and the rest of the people went, and it was remaining a friend who was of the opposite sex. And we were walking to the, trying to leave the dormitory, to go. And it's just, I don't know where he got the signal from. Maybe he thought I was really into him and I wasn't. It was just a class. And this guy, the next thing, is holding me, trying to have his way. Thankfully, the way I screamed no and pushed this guy, the way I screamed no and pushed this guy. But at that same time, in the dormitory, in the airwaves, someone was playing a Celine Dion song. It's all coming back. And for a long time, that particular track was a reminder for me on how people can almost violate your boundary. Now, thankfully, I wasn't raped, but it reminded me of someone that I had considered in that season of my life as a brother, someone I had looked up to that, in fact, in my mind, it was genderless. The way he responded and almost took advantage of me until I screamed and begged, and maybe he came back to his senses. Anytime I heard the Celine Dion track, that particular track, it just reminded me of a wake. So you cannot heal trauma without recognizing triggers. Trauma triggers. That is why you are not that healed to just be walking anyhow back into the things that may be triggers. That is why the next person speaking will teach you on boundaries. That's why boundaries are important. There are places I don't go, not because those places are necessarily good or bad, but because I might have a trauma response. And if you have a history, you are on a healing journey, you must recognize your triggers and do all you can to stay away from it. What are the types or stages of trauma? We have the acute trauma, we have the chronic trauma, and we have the complex trauma. This delineation is important. All traumas are severe, but there are some that are SOS 911. Why would people just stay and say, I didn't know she was that sad? Because sometimes we all miss the signals. Now, what is quickly an acute trauma? An acute trauma is trauma that was introduced by one big devastating event. My God, the loss of a loved one, the loss of a mom, a terminal illness, an accident, whatever, one big event. The event was so big that it crushed the person. So that's acute trauma. The pandemic was an acute trauma. It was this big thing collectively. So if you as a family or you as a person have gone through any big thing, please don't downplay it. 17 years ago, I lost my dad. And I thought that being spiritual meant that I didn't have to grieve. So I remember I was it is well. So I was it is well. And I internalized such anger that the anger came out as a rebellion. And in the next 12 months after that loss, I made some of the poorest relationship entanglement choices. You know why? Because when something heavy has happened, especially with men, if you have men, maybe it is you have this issue, don't downplay it. That's acute trauma. Then we now have chronic trauma. Chronic trauma is not just one event, it's an ongoing event, meaning that when do I even catch a break? I cannot catch a break. It's when there is a repeated occurrence, especially in the areas of abuse. Someone gets hit once and they are afraid they get beat up again, or sexual occurrence. Most sexual abuse victims were repeatedly abused over a long period of time. That is trauma. You must know your kind of trauma, because you do not know. Remember, in the face of ignorance, bondage will continue. Because when there is light, when there's revelation, deliverance can come. So acute trauma, one big event, don't downplay it. Chronic trauma is chronic. When you say chronic illness, that is over a long period of time. Do you know that even having a special needs child that reminds you that is in pain, it can stretch. I want you to recognize the stretch. A diagnosis. Having I was diagnosed with cancer 5 years ago. Boy, our lives changed quickly. That 1 year of hospital bills continue. Some people, that is chronic trauma. Abuse is chronic trauma. Constantly invalidating your partner's opinion is chronic trauma. Some people are so traumatized in their relationship because of a pattern. Remember, for something to be chronic, there must be a pattern. Now, the third one is complex. Now, complex is the mother of acute and chronic. Complex is the marriage, the intersection when you bring acute and you bring chronic, meaning you have a heavyweight trauma and in addition it is continuous. Please, this is very important, because I have experienced some as a family. We've experienced the surprise of a terminal diagnosis. We've laid down 3 loved ones in the space of 7 years. To not know how this can impact you as a collective, as an individual, is to downplay. Many people are bleeding on others for something, a trauma they ignored, they didn't recognize, and never addressed. Stages of trauma. Moving on quickly. Now, what are some of the examples? Not all traumas will be the same. Your trauma might not be my trauma. But I want you to now be mindful and discerning to at least recognize it. I don't like to use this example, but I'm compelled to use it. Minister Sinachi of Nigerian extraction, one of the foremost gospel voices in Nigeria, was in a traumatic marriage, what is called a complex trauma, an acute, meaning that heavyweight abuse, domestic, but also it was chronic because we understand it's something that happened over a long period of time. Why am I referencing this very sad example? Is that a lot of people around that tried to help and they did their best. But by not recognizing and understanding the parameters of trauma, people missed the signals and away. If these people, that's why I advocate that every leader should be trauma aware. I didn't say you must be a trauma specialist. You don't have to be. I happen to be trained, we are trained in emotional freedom techniques. We are trained in cognitive intervention. We are trained in psychotherapy. But every leader must make an effort at a base level to be trauma aware. Every spouse should be trauma aware, because some of your teenagers acting out are not acting out. They are giving a full-blown trauma response. They are going through a crisis you don't know because you are tone deaf of, it's not your fault, you are wise in other things, but you are like, oh please, don't talk back. Their talking back might be a trauma response. Their recoiling might be a trauma response. The bleeding and the pain and the anger might be a trauma response. This is not an excuse for bad behavior, but some of the things you call character flaws might actually be a trauma response. So there are types of trauma. Physical trauma, I don't need to describe that. When you hit people, that's physical trauma. When there's blunt force trauma or an accident, physical trauma. When there's a fall, physical trauma. There's spiritual trauma, the one we don't like to talk about. I want to see you guys properly. Spiritual trauma is when your own spiritual beliefs are invalidated. Spiritual trauma is when you are so victimized in a group that you entered freely and you cannot live free. Listen, hear me. Anywhere that you can enter freely in the service of God and you cannot live freely is not. Let me put it this way. Anywhere you can enter freely, but you cannot live freely is a cult. There are many people that are bound to organizations that they've outgrown. Not because they don't want to leave. They want to leave, but the fear, the bullying, the ostracization, the blackmail, the gaslighting, the craziness that will happen. So they are there. They are being brutalized. They are being emotionally abused. They are verbally abused. And they are dying slowly and they cannot leave. Spiritual trauma. Many of us grew up in denominations, not me, but some people grew up in denominations. One of the stories, I had a young girl. They were in a denomination. And because they wore trousers as 9-year-olds, they brought them to paraded them to the front of the ministry and called them cankerworm. And she said to me, Eden, the word cankerworm hung over my head. That almost made me have low self-esteem. That was a traumatic experience. That shaming, that bullying, that name calling, the labeling was a traumatic response. So you can have spiritual trauma. Another example of spiritual trauma, St. Joan of the Arc in the 18th century. She was wrongly labeled a witch because she had these dramatic spiritual occurrences. At the time, people did not understand. So she was labeled a witch. She was burnt on the stake and hung on a tree and burnt. And 2 decades later, in the 21st century, the Catholic Church apologized that it was an error of judgment and canonized that. So you can have either the big ones or the small ones. And this is not, any denomination. There's no perfect denomination. This is just for you to recognize that trauma can be spiritual. We can also have emotional and psychological, which is the one we are used to. That's the one people start being afraid, having panic attacks. When your child, you're like, why are you afraid? Your child or your spouse is uncomfortable in the company of people. That might be a trauma response. Or uncomfortable, panic attacks, fear. Certain phobias are trauma responses. Some people are afraid of the dark because as children, they were always sent to the dark. Some people are afraid of different things because certain fears were introduced. Some people have abandonment issues. You know why? Because of their strong fear of rejection. As children, they were rejected. They were rejected by authority figures. They were rejected by parents. They saw their parents divorce, a nasty divorce. They saw this free for all. So they just had this trauma response that anything they are in, any relationship that they are in, they either over-attach or under-attach. So you have aloofness, the emotional abandonment, the emotional unavailability, it might be a trauma response. Or you have people that are smothering, that for them to love anyone, they will love that person and smother them to death. And you can have sexual trauma. Sexual trauma is whenever in a sexual experience, African men, please hear this too. Whenever in a sexual experience, and women too, because some women are really wildcats, okay? And I say this respectfully in Apostle Selman's voice. Whenever in a sexual experience, consent is ignored, that's trauma can be introduced. Maybe someone was a predator for a child, incest, rape, abuse, or even in marriage. I've had people who say that their spouses come back and rape them and sodomize them, all kinds of craziness. Now, I want us to see, now we've seen the sexual, the spiritual, the emotional, psychological, and the pattern. Is there a spiritual thing that we need to look at. I'm going to show you. So we've seen the 4 types of trauma in the physical. I want to show you 4 swords and how I'm hoping that you live here and you commit to your healing. I'm hoping that you live here and you become self-aware. I'm hoping that you live here and you say, what was done to me is no longer as important as what I do to myself. But I'm also hoping that you live here and you become a watchman for your family, a watchman for your children, a watchman for your relationships, and a watchman for your marriages. And primarily, and more importantly, a watchman for yourself. Know your thermometer, not thermometer. Know your thermometer, not the thermometer of others, not the pain quotient of others, so that we'll be more sensitive, we'll be more graceful, and we will commit to seeking professional help. So there are several swords, but I'm mindful of the time. So for the purpose of this, I'm going to touch on 4 swords. And I want you to know, because one of the scriptures I love, and I absolutely love quoting, is Jeremiah 8:11. We've seen the statistics by McKinsey. We've heard, the stages of trauma. But God brought an indictment against the body. In Jeremiah 8:11, and I'm a person of faith, I love to draw inference from science, from statistics, from stories or real life examples, from parables, but more importantly, from scripture, so that you have a balanced diet, okay? Jeremiah 8:11 said, I bring a railing accusation because you have touched the wounds of my daughters lightly, meaning that you are being casual about trauma. He was saying to the church, you've diminished trauma. You've ignored it. You've sprayed over it. You have poured anointing oil over it. You've hidden it in activity and in inactivity, and you've lied about it. You've said peace when there is no peace. Did you know that there is a high link between a trauma experience and some spiritual warfare? So I want to introduce to you the swords that can manifest itself as trauma. Because remember that the secular is usually a response to the celestial. As it was in heaven, now on earth. That's the original version of the Lord's Prayer. Was not give us there as it was in the heaven. No, is what we see in earth is a response of what has already happened in the realm of the spirit. So we are not ignorant of the devil's devices. We will have the weapon of prayer, we'll have the weapon of spiritual discernment, but we'd also have therapy and the awareness that is needed for healing. The first sword, there are certain swords that come against our household. The first sword we see in Ezekiel 18:4. It is the sword of Pharaoh. What is the sword of Pharaoh? The sword of Pharaoh is the sword that introduces itself into a household so that you have repeated bondage. They say we are always like that in our family. We always shout. My grandmother shouted. My mother shouted. No, it is the sword of Pharaoh and generational trauma being passed from one person to another. Many things we pass off as culture. Many things we pass off as temperament. Many things we pass on. That's how we are in our family. The Browns family, we are always have anger problem. It is a recycled trauma response that nobody stood up to do the spiritual war. Nobody stood up to do the work, emotional work. Nobody stood up to say, you know what, enough is enough. The buck stops with me. So the same appetites were passed down. The same proclivities were passed down. The same weaknesses were passed down. And we pass it off as culture. We pass it off as culture. We pass it off as behavior. So you see the sins of the fathers, according to the Bible, and the children's mouth being sour grapes. The sword of Pharaoh, Ezekiel 18:4, it sponsors enslavement and introduces trauma. I want to make a decree that whatever was introduced into your heritage stops with you. That your children will not pick any pattern. I tell my children, whatever you see that is negative in my life should not find the expression in your life. What your DNA is the DNA of God. So every traumatic response, you will not have it. The sword of Pharaoh, remember, sponsored enslavement from one generation to another. So how we see it as spiritual warfare, it manifests as the sword of Pharaoh. But in the real, in the physical sense, you see mothers are abused and their children are abused. You see, someone divorced and their generation, there's divorce going on. You see, they beat the mother, they beat the child, and they beat the guy. They're just a cycle. They're almost like what? By the time you are discerning, because you are a watchman and you are informed and you are trauma aware, you say, wait a minute, I'm seeing something I don't like. There is a pattern. Oh my God, there is a pattern. What is going on here? The sword of Pharaoh. Number 2 sword. The sword of Saul. The sword of Saul, you can see this in 2 Samuel 1:22. 2 Samuel 1:22. 2 Samuel 1:22. And I quote the verse, said, from the blood of the slain, the sword of Saul did not return unsatisfied. From the blood of the slain, the sword of Saul did not return unsatisfied. How many swords are ravaging your ancestry and not returning unsatisfied? The sword of Saul was relentless in undermining David. What is the spiritual implication of the sword of Saul on trauma? The sword of Saul is a high-level attack. The enemy pursues to undermine high potential. You've heard it before. Some people, they call it near success syndrome. It's almost like when they're about to get their big break, something happens. When a marriage is about to enter the next level, something happens. When a child that was doing so well in school, suddenly something happens. So you see, on one hand, is a trauma response, is detachment, they are disinterested, they are recoiling. That sword that sponsors the defeat, that sponsors the abortion of high potential. Because the goal of the sword of Saul is to break a light from shining. That is why you cannot be ignorant of the enemy's devices, and yet you must be trauma informed. You must smell it, you must see it, you must discern it. When you see in your relationships, because I'm broadening the horizon, not just for marriage. When you see a pattern, a sudden pattern, that's not when you sleep. That is not when you sleep. You cannot afford as a watchman to sleep the sleep of death. You must not sleep the sleep of death. How do I know the sleep of death? Remember the story in King Solomon. 2 prostitutes had children, and one slept the sleep of death. That's what I call the sleep of death. She slept so hard that she slept on her child and the child died. And the other one woke up in the night, removed the dead child, and exchanged. Do you know how many divine exchanges happened? Because we are not informed. What kind of sleep are we sleeping? As mothers, what kind of sleep are we sleeping? Fathers, what kind of sleep are you sleeping? Husbands, what kind of sleep are you sleeping? Can't you discern the pain in your wife? Wives, what kind of sleep are you sleeping? This man that is just angry, shouting, cursing. Can't you see this guy is bleeding? Can't you see this guy is a walking wounded? He has been infested by some trauma. What kind of sleep are we sleeping? The sword of Saul pursues people. He sponsors attacks on those anointed for kingship. The third sword, the sword of the Ammonites. And we can see this example in David, 2 Samuel 12:9. This sword is a very lethal sword. It sponsors the attack and kills untimely. And I'm not talking about physical killing. This is the one that comes to take what belongs to you. How do you know? Look at the scheming that Joseph's brothers had to go through to take what was his. Look at the scheming of the king in 2 Samuel 12:19. David had to recall a battalion, redeploy Uriah just to take Bathsheba. See the plotting, see the network. I want you to understand that trauma is not a joke. The enemy will sponsor whatever they need to sponsor. Move people up, move people down, move people in, introduce people into your life. Just to get and abort a potential. The sword of the Ammonites. Uriah was killed by the sword of the Ammonites, engineered by David, just to take what is yours. So you must guard what you have. If what you have is peace, if what you have is alignment, whatever you have in your family, guard your vows. Because trust me, it's not Sarah. No. Whatever will be will not be. Whatever you orchestrate, whatever you intentionally decide that will be. And even though you're already in trauma, you can decide, you know what, I know better now. And because I know better, I will do better, I will heal better, and because I know better, I will attract better. Number 4 sword, as I begin to round up. The sword of the brother. Ooh, somebody's not ready for this. The sword of the brother. Remember, as I recap, the sword of Saul is the enemy that interrupts high potential to stop their light from shining. Is sponsors attack on people that are anointed. The sword of Pharaoh, it is an enslavement. So don't, please, if it's a negative pattern, please don't tell me it's in my ancestry. You need to know it started somewhere. Your family history started somewhere. The negative pattern started somewhere. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. This is life. I had to fast from words this week. The level of strife, contention that was coming, I'm like, what is this? What? I had to fast and I had to put on my discernment and say, what exactly is going on? The sword of Ammonites kills people untimely and to take what is theirs. The only reason why Uriah was killed, the man didn't deserve to die. The man didn't do anything to die, was because somebody wanted to take what belonged to him. So the enemy can sponsor an entire rampage. Remember Jesus. Remember Herod. Herod sponsored the death genocide of children. So sometimes what you're experiencing as trauma is a casualty, a consequence of being connected to someone who is anointed. Please don't joke with this information. And finally, the sword of the brother. This is evil introduced and perpetuated by the bloodline. And sadly, this is where it hurts the most. Someone vowed to protect you and they brutalized you. Someone vowed to protect you. Remember, Mephibosheth, you were dropped. When there's incest, abuse, violation from the home, that is trauma. That is the sword of the brother. We see example of the sword of the brother. Remember in Haggai 2:22. Please, if you catch the replay, go and open all this Bible. Go and check all the statistics I'm giving you. In Haggai 2:22, Adonijah wanted the throne of David from the house. That is why no matter how much in-laws or outlaws that you have, please, you cannot joke with boundaries. You can't joke with boundaries. You owe it yourself to put emotional boundary. You owe it yourself to distance yourself. And if your children or your spouse has a reservation about an occurrence or something, you must sanctify and purify your heart. Make your home trauma-free. And if you are already in trauma, please seek help. How do we discern the gaps? What can we do? Eden, oh, my head is exploding. What do I do? Now that we've seen how can we heal, please write this down. And I'm going to end with a quote from Brianna Wiest. Brianna Wiest, this is one of my all-time favorite quotes. Said, trauma was not your fault. Trauma was not your fault. But healing is your responsibility. I want to activate the responsibility to want to be healed. I want to empower you with the responsibility to seek healing. I want you to become the watchman in your house, to be the psychological watchman, to be the emotional watchman, to stand as a watchman over your home, over the emotional territory of your home, over the spiritual climate of your home. As you prioritize your healing, I want you to draw a line in the sand and say, the buck stops with me. Trauma was not your fault, but healing is your responsibility. 4 ways that you can activate the healing. Number one, discern the gaps. What you do not know can kill you. But thank God that today in a summit like this, we are knowing things, because knowledge shall be the stability of our times. So when we have emotional instability, we have knowledge. So now that we know, we are not helpless. We are not hopeless. When we see anger, we see what is anger saying. Oh my God, anger is a cry for violated boundary. People show anger when they feel their boundaries are violated. Whoa, what is this anger saying? Anger is a response, a negative response when people don't feel heard. When we see sadness, what is sadness saying? Sadness is a cry, and it means that you should get more creative. Ooh. When you see resentment, what is this emotion saying? Resentment is a sign that you need self-love, that you need forgiveness. I see. What is loneliness? I'm lonely. Why am I feeling lonely? Loneliness simply means that you need to seek friends. You need to go out. You need the outdoor so that you will not be helpless. Your emotions have a voice. Your feelings have a voice. They are saying something to you. So 4 ways to activate your healing. Remember, discern the gaps. What is my emotion saying? This pain in my hand, what is this saying? The pain in my hand is telling me that I am crumbling under the weight of responsibility. My finances are caving me in. What is this pain in my heart saying? Oh, the pain in your heart is telling you that you have suppressed trauma and pain and unforgiveness and bitterness. What is the pain in this my ankle telling me? The pain in your ankle is telling you that you are getting stuck. So number one, discern the gaps. The information creates the gap. Number 2, you cannot influence anyone without altering their consciousness. Give yourself permission for your consciousness to be altered, even in marriage. Meaning that you cannot come with a fixed mindset in marriage. I want God to correct me every day. I want God to tell me that I messed up. I want to know that I may have missed it yesterday. Number 3, find the common ground. Even when someone is in trauma, there is a common ground. There is something that you can connect to. You can love them. You can speak their language. You can do the things that will make them trust you. And number 4, anchor this new belief on that common ground. Remember, your responsibility is to heal. The trauma wasn't your fault.
Wow. I'm agree. Woo! My God. The sage just, you just put on the lamp, the light, the fire of the season. Exactly what we need. I was like, there's a question here, dear Sage, that someone just sent. And she is asking, maybe I'll just give you the chance to answer this question because it looks like it's something she really wants to get an answer. And she's like, she's living in perpetual fear about the future of her marriage. So how can she solve these traumas? Emotional and psychological trauma. So she has identified them from what you said. And she's living in perpetual fear about the future of her marriage.
Okay. And that's a very beautiful question. I love that you're asking it. Now, because it's not a session, okay, and I don't have all the context, this is what I will say to you. The fear of the future of your marriage is not the fear. The fear of your future, the future of your marriage is a response to something. So I want to ask, what are you really afraid of? Is it divorce, abandonment, that maybe your husband will leave you? Is it another woman? So do you see what I'm saying? If you have the fear of the future of your marriage, fear is a response. So what are you responding to? So maybe it might sound like, I'm seeing signs that my husband may be cheating on me. I'm afraid that I may get infected if he's cheating on me. I'm afraid that If he's cheating on me, that's my deal breaker. I can't stay. But I don't want to be single because I've seen the way society shuns divorced people. You see, these are different fears. So I want to encourage you to go back to that fear and have a conversation with the fear with the end goal of specifying the fear. Remember, if you cannot name it, you cannot heal from it. I want you to break it down. I am happy, okay, to share a resource just with you. Any other person who wants this resource has to make an investment for it. It's a resource that will help you to answer 10 questions. Many women, when they're in that place, is usually, I call the resource unstuck. Should I stay? Should I go? Now, even though the conversation is not around staying or going, but once a woman is afraid of marriage, of a spousal situation, they're already asking the question, should I stay? Should I go? Now, these 10 questions are not going to tell you whether you should stay or go. It will help you to do the most radically honest self-evaluation. And in answering those questions, you will unveil the fear. You will be able to see if your life is at risk. You'll be able to see if your health is at risk. Then you'll be able to take the proper decision. Okay.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Eden. You are such an amazing person. I remember the very first time I met you in Dubai. You, even without knowing me, we just chatted at the corridor, and I had to follow you right to your room, and I bought you a book.
We had a meeting master class. We were just standing in the corridor, and it became a master class. Everybody followed me to the room, and she said, "I'm buying all your books. What else are you selling? Are you selling your shoe? I want to buy the glass shoe." She wanted to buy everything. Are you selling this one too? Are you selling your hair? She wants.
Thank you so much. In fact, you are a full package. Every woman needs to listen to you. There is so much in you. When I tasted a bit of you and I had to read your books, I just thought that I wouldn't do anything big without you coming on board. And this is you here today from that little meeting. And I didn't even know where that meeting was taking us to. And this is where we are today. I really want to say thank you, my dear coach, from the deepest part of my heart. I can't even thank you enough. May God bless you and replenish you and keep you as long as he wants you to live on this earth and begin to touch many more lives in Jesus' name. Thank you, man.
And I'll see you soon in Cameroon.
Please.
Sure, I'm waiting for you.
My sage, I have the privilege and the honor of being closely connected to you. Oh, where's she gone? Please. Oh, my days. Can you bring her back? Oh, dear. Okay. It looks like, anyway, I know you're watching this. I just want to say thank you so much. Today, I heard you in a way that I have never heard you before. It was deep work in such a short amount of time. Thank you so much for giving of yourself through and through and coming with so much transformational depth. We honor you, we love you, we celebrate the gifts that you are to our world. May God bless you and bless you abundantly. Amen. Okay, guys, so thank you so much. Guys, I want to see in the comments, was it just me that was transfixed by that session? Who else felt that was just paradigm shifting? I was writing, I'd already told you guys I was writing a notepad, but I had to literally transfer, and I was typing directly onto my electronic notepad because I was just like, no, this is deep stuff that has to be retained. Today was amazing. I want you to put in the comments box and let me know what your one thing is that you've taken away, or the one thing that you're going to do as a result of listening to this session. I love it. Marlene says mind blowing. Bralade says she's going super deep and spiritual in this season. Bralade, of course, is our next speaker whom I get the pleasure of introducing shortly. But I want to hear from you guys. I don't want to be the only one that, come on, we all felt that. I want us to pour out our love. I want us to pour out our appreciation. When we have been blessed, we must pour out as well. So I see Annette saying, whoa, and I love the whoa. This is mind blowing. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. And also a previous comment says, every woman needs to listen to Coach Eden. I hear that. And then Amina says, if you cannot name it, you cannot heal from it, I believe is what she said. And then Injideka says, if you can't name the cause of the fear, you cannot conquer it. Amazing. Guys, Speaker number 2, I told you, didn't I? I told you that today is the day. Today is the day. Indeed, our marriages are going to be bulletproof. They call it Odenshi. Like anywhere they're coming from, we stand gidigba. Who is ready to continue to fortify their marriage? Today, not today. We are pinned. We pin here. Injide says, Temitope says, knowledge provides stability. That's her thing. Marlene says, I'm going home with anger is a cry for violated boundaries. That was very powerful. I love that. Injideka says, buy her books, book her for sessions. I need to heal and help my family and friends. I love it. I love it. Yes, Injideka, you need to buy her books. You need to book her for sessions. She is amazing, incredible. That was just a snippet. What she did, in a one-to-many session. Imagine a 1-to-1 session. And she says that we could go, Florence says we could go on and on. It was amazing. I've learned a lot. Temitope says emotions always speak to us. We are ready. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for our next speaker? Are you ready? So I have the honor of introducing my own very dear friend. In fact, we're more than friends. She's my twin sister. We're born on the same day. And she is going to come and do justice. In the time that she has, she will be doing a surgery on your mind. Like literally your brain, your mind will be open and she will have her hands in there doing a surgery and teaching you, imputing with you the settings that you need to understand what an important concept called boundaries is. Bralade is going to be sharing with you about boundaries. What are boundaries? Should you have boundaries in marriage, or is this something that must not be considered at all? Together we're all together, we cannot. Why are boundaries care? No, if you're of that mindset, that's absolutely fine. This session is completely, totally for you. So team, I want to ask you please to roll on the bio session as we get prepared for Bralade to join us. Bralade, of course, her surname is Koroye Emenanjo. So let's go for it.
Bralade Koroye Emenanjo is a coach, leader, speaker, minister, and author who majors on the topics of boundaries, leadership, and culture. She is the founder of the Boundaries Movement and Preach What You Practice Media, home of the PWYP book series, podcast, and academy. A Line in the Sun, a best-selling short story collection on boundaries in marriage, is her first book. Her signature coaching program, Boundaries Bootcamp, equips women to set healthy boundaries so they can live fully and love freely. Bralade has studied and worked across 3 continents in a diversity of professional and ethnic cultures. She is currently a Fortune 100 engineering operations leader and an ardent gender advocate. She hosts the STEM Afrique podcast, produced by Ebony Podcast Network. On each, she features women of color making a difference in science, technology, engineering, and math. She makes her home in Houston with her 3 kids and husband, Obioha.
Incredible! It is
wow.
Stage.
The boundaries queen is in the house.
Yes.
This is like a dream come true.
Same here.
Thank you so much. In fact, you know, when I followed the Boundaries Summit, I said to myself, this thing is going to happen in Cameroon. And here you are, right here. It's a dream come true for me. I really want to say thank you, my dear coach. Thank you. Thank you for accepting to do this with us.
You are most welcome. It is my honor to be here. And even more of a blessing is seeing my BFF right here on screen.
My sister, I am happy to have you here. I know that we are going to have an incredible time. So we want to get straight into it.
Yes.
And we'll let you on your way. All right, then.
Team. Hello, my
ladies. Get ready.
We ready. Show them you're ready, because they were telling people to get ready. Meanwhile, you guys are already ready yesterday. And now you are like over ready. So can you put it in the chat so that Miss Delphine and Coach Tombra, they can see your state of readiness, because you didn't come here to play. You came to bulletproof this thing. You know, when they are fabricating a normal car and then they're fabricating a bulletproof car, it doesn't take the same time. Don't even mess around. It's not the same thing. When they are crafting a private jet or a military jet, it's not the same as when they're doing a private jet. The specifications are different. So when we talk bulletproof marriage, you best believe we're here to put in the work to fortify us. You know, there's a scripture I love so much in the Bible. It says, look at Zion. Can you mark her bulwarks? Walk around her and admire her defenses. Zion is like, is rugged. You are trying to get in. You look this side, no opening. You look this side, no opening. You're trying to get in, no way. Why? Because Zion is fortified. Say, I'm fortified. Say, my marriage is fortified. My marriage is bulletproof. My marriage is audacious. That means that even if the bullet comes, it's going to bounce off. Do you understand? Unscathed, unfazed, nothing broken, nothing missing, everything thriving. You know what I'm saying? All right. So now you guys are wondering, they've been saying all these things. Now we have come to boundary. I thought we were just supposed to pray for our spouses and everything was just supposed to be okay. Which one is all this again? Boundaries, this, boundaries, that. Well, I am so glad. I am so honored, and I believe it is not an accident that boundaries is fast becoming a buzzword. Boundaries is. Because people are beginning to realize that, in this life, if we're supposed to both thrive and have healthy relationships, as well as still be ourselves, something is missing. If you understand what I've said, put it in the chat. Because before they used to say, if you want to enter marriage, you have to become the most selfless person on earth. It's the hardest thing. You have to forget yourself, your desires, your dreams, your aspirations. Everything now is about your spouse. You now start wondering, this thing, is it prison or for real, is this the rest of my life? Because if it's the rest of my life, guess what? I ain't doing it. Why? Because that day when we get to heaven and we're walking the pearly gates, they said that they will separate us. Husband and wife, they will separate. Mother and child, they will separate. Am I lying? Is it true? They will separate us. And we will all give what account of our lives. You want to be able to say, I knew my purpose. I knew what God was asking me to do. I had responsibility for my life. So now that it's time to give account for it, I'm not looking for who to blame. I'm not looking for who I sacrificed my purpose to. I'm not looking for the union I'm going to hold responsible for not, being that person of courage, being that person of vision, being that person of kindness. You will not be able to say, this is what held you. Guess what? Even if you say it, it will not be accepted as an excuse. And this is regardless of your faith. If you believe in any kind of afterlife, it is the truth. But even if you don't, why? I thought that marriage was supposed to strengthen us. How many of you have heard of the 7 Laws of Highly Successful People? Stephen Covey, that book is a master class. Before you go and do 100 courses and this, that, just go and buy that book, jejely, and actually write, take notes. Your life will change. That book, he said in one place, like synergy, he talked about synergy. Synergy is what the Bible simply means when it says one shall put to flight 1,000 and one shall chase 1,000, two shall put to flight 10,000. Because when we come together, we're supposed to amplify each other. There is you, there's me, and also there's us. That means we are now 3. But if we take one and only make it 1, we have reduced. Do you see what I mean? I just said that now for the first time. I'm going to look forward to add it to my book, but it's the truth. So tell me, if you have been looking for, you want to learn, what are boundaries? Tell me now. Let me introduce you. But the way I'm going to do it today, I'm not going to preach at you. No, I want you to experience it for yourself. Gone. For those of you who don't know what gone is, it is what people like Pastor Olu call for real. I'm going to introduce you to you in terms of boundaries. What are your boundaries like? I know you're saying, brother, you have not yet told us so what boundaries are. After you do this assessment, it will be one with you. So I'd like for the boundaries assessment to be put in the chat right now, and I want all of you to click on it. Your YouTube should be able to go to one side of your phone. It should not interrupt. If you think it'll interrupt, use your hand. But the reason I wanted you to click on that link is so that you can continue your learning even beyond this class. Okay? All right. So number 1, and I want you to answer these questions as honestly as possible. Answer them as honestly, just in your marriage, because sometimes we are different in our relationships. With our children, we're different. With our spouse, we're different. So today we will be focusing on the marriage relationship. My desire is that all of your relationships enjoy healthy boundaries. Not only the relationships where you think you are superior or you are older. No, all of your relationships with people older than you or in a position of authority, or the people who you are their leader. It doesn't matter. Healthy boundaries all around. So you are going to respond to these questions with number 1, rarely, number 2, sometimes, and 3, frequently, very frequently. Okay? All right. Is the link in the chat right now? If the link is in the chat right now, go ahead and click on it and let's get started. Number 1, in my marriage, I ask for what I want or need directly. I ask for what I want. You need time to recoup, you ask for it. You need to raise the kids in a particular way, you ask for it. You are discussing the news and you want to change the channel, whatever it is, you ask for it. I didn't say you complain about it. I didn't say you whine. I didn't say you think, is he not supposed to know? Is she not supposed to know? No, you ask for what you want or need directly. Go ahead. Is it in the chat? I need my people to let me know if it's in the chat right now. Go ahead and put it on there. Okay. Are my chat still coming in? Are you guys still here? Okay. Number 2. Okay, you say you can't see. All right, I'm sure that they're working on it to make it work. You are here. Awesome. Number 2, I let people know when they are being unreasonable or demanding. That's your number 2. Go ahead and say if it's rarely, maybe sometimes I do. When somebody's like, can you bathe the children? Can you put their clothes on them? Can you take them to school? Can you bring them back? Can you also cook? Can you wash these clothes? Can you? And it's becoming unreasonable. Or maybe your spouse I want to buy this latest Ashwebi. Did you hear that? Bridget Lesson was on fire. And Eden Onwuka, I don't even want to go there. I had to go there at some point, but I don't like, she is the bomb, actually. She absolutely is. But when people are being unreasonable or demanding, I let them know. I didn't say I shout at them, you know. I didn't say I frown my face. I let them know. Say, hey, hon, hey, babe, what do you call your boo? If you know what you call your boo, put it in the chat. I want to hear. I think this is rather demanding. I would rather have this, you know, I would rather do this, or I can only do these 2 things out of the 10 things you mentioned. What are your top 2, right? So those kinds of things. Okay, number 3, I say no without feeling obligated or guilty. Even me, there's a way I scored on this one that I'm not willing to divulge right now. No, I'm calling it for you. Is either you click on the link that I put in the chat or you go ahead and follow me. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm not sharing my screen. And Chidima is putting it in the chat as well. So please go right ahead and keep following. I just put it in the chat too. And if you're watching the replay, don't worry, we'll put it in here as well. If not, just follow my voice. I say no without feeling obligated or guilty. You know that you cannot pound yam every evening when you come back from your executive director job that is very demanding, that your family also needs the money to pay rent or to buy your house or invest in your dreams. You know you cannot pound this yam. Are you able to say no? You can find options on the back end of it. I didn't say you become thoughtless. No, you just say a no. Are you able to do that? And number 4, I set limits on my time, resources, and availability. Do you set limits on your time, resources, and availability? Hey, hon, I know that we're supposed to have date night every week. You know what? I'm available Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What day works for you? So that we can put this thing in a calendar. I love how Bridget spoke about goals and things like that. You are not available 24/7. All your money is not for the dream business that never takes off or for that investment where they said it can go, you know. No. How do you set limits on your time, resources, and availability? Or do you even? Right? Number 5. I have a healthy sense of interdependence, not too dependent or independent. Number 5. Because you will score yourself. You will tell me what you have the most of, often, rarely, or frequently. I have a healthy sense of dependence. I can be interdependent. I can be by myself. I can also be with people. It's not the one where the person traveled, they have not called till 9 a.m. How could they have woken up, brushed their teeth, gone for that conference? They didn't call me, so now you are undone. You feel like you cannot make it through the day. That sometimes that can be a sense of unhealthy dependence. I need us to go together. If we don't wear Ashwebi, people think that we're quarreling. If we don't put up this united front, so you start to put these fake faces. Do you see where boundaries issues start coming on? Not too dependent or independent. Number 6, I generally take care of my needs before trying to help others. You know when they say in the plane that you should put your mask on first before even putting your children's one? Let me tell you something that my friend is still arguing with me now. It has never happened, so I don't know. You see this black girl before you? My hometown used to be in water. Like there was no road there. I couldn't drive there. I always enter canoe or boat to get to my hometown. Sometimes as much as 3 hours. Sometimes water will be entering the boat, will be removing it. So I still don't know how to swim, even though my hometown was in the midst of water. All I knew is I gave myself to God and to whoever was paddling that thing, and I made it there. But I said, if I see somebody drowning now, I will not jump into the water to go and save the person because I know that I will sink. Brother, do you understand me? I said, I know that I'm going to drop to the bottom. So now what have I done? I have given the person who's coming to even save this person 2 jobs of saving me and the person. So who help? They say it's a lie. Oh, if it's your child, you will jump in. I said, well, it has never happened. I don't know. Well, one time it actually happened. One of my children just saw water and he was like, this water is so beautiful. When he jumped on in, what happened? My husband jumped in. I had to call him. I can't jump in. What am I jumping in for? To pull him down to the bottom of Gongon? Lord, help my Gongon today. But you have to take care of yourself before someone else. You do no service to anybody if you become spent in delivering people. And sometimes we do this when we notice someone has gone through trauma. You become so subsumed in that trauma, you become that person. And then that PTSD becomes you as well. Who have you saved? Who have you helped? Nobody. And I will begin to tell you more about those relationships and what you should do with them. Yes, so Olu said, we assumed all of you know how to swim. I know people do, but myself and my mom, we have always been in water every year, sometimes almost every quarter. Don't know how to swim. I've tried to learn, don't know how to swim. Okay, number 7, people respect my limits. People respect my limits. You know one thing I don't find cute? You know those wives where their husband is like, oh, babe, we can't do this now. Can we do it next quarter? And you're like, babe, please now. Babe, please now. Please now. And you think it's cute? You really believe it's cute? That's not respecting limits. And if you cannot bring yourself to respect other people's limits, guess whose limits will not be respected? Yours. And this is why, and this is not to victim blame, but there was a period where girls wouldn't like a boy, so they were always saying no when they meant yes. And that boy now got to believe that when she says no, she just wants me to press him further. God forbid. Not in our, just say not in my home. When I say yes, my yes is a categorical, wholehearted, loving yes. When I say no, my no is a categorical, wholehearted, loving no. That's what I do. That's what we do. Because we are women in bulletproof marriages. We are men in bulletproof marriages. People respect my limits. And the way they respect your limits is if you follow through. When you say no, you don't say no. Anyway, keep telling me no. If you need more information, say tell me more before I say yes or no. Maybe. Say it's a maybe for now. Let's discuss it. It can change. Okay? And listen, every time your spouse from now henceforth says no, take them seriously. Even they'll be like, yeah, I just told you no, you just agreed. Say, yes, babe, I actually do respect you. I really would love for you to change your mind. But if you say no, I respect it. And, if they say yes, say, I really, truly appreciate you saying yes to this thing. Okay. Number 8, I do not overcommit myself. If you're a woman in here, say I do not overcommit myself. I will not be in the children's PTA meeting, go to the market, buy things, drive the car to here, go for the ballet lesson, go for my boss's this thing, go for the women in our church's program, just keep going everywhere, overcommitting yourself. I will not promise my wife that for every baby she has, I will buy her a brand new Range Rover. I will not overcommit myself. Why? Who does it help? Overcommitting yourself leads to poor health mentally, because resentment, bitterness, all these things will creep in. It will result in physiological damage because you are simply stretched. So stop normalizing. You see that thing where people say, that woman is superwoman. No. If you want to hear me, don't tell me it's because I can do everything. No, tell me, ask me, how do you balance these things? What kind of boundaries do you set that allow you to be able to do as much as you do? But let's not hear people, oh, that woman in church is always here. She has not missed one service in the last 50 years. If you hear something like that, ask that person. Is it that you don't go on vacations? Because you start to see where boundaries are. Do you understand? You start to see where the boundaries are shaken. All right. Number 9, I do not reinforce behavior that I dislike by passively condoning it. All you enablers. Since I married him, that's how he shouts. So he's always shout. When he shouts like this, the house will be shaking. We have even 2 nannies have even quit because they were really afraid. I said, are you afraid? No, that's how we shout. So the children are having PTSD. Once he comes into the house, they are hiding in their rooms. And you're like, you know your daddy now. The woman is lying. When she went here, she got this, she's hiding things. And you say, you know, women now, that's how they are. You don't like it. Why are you condoning it? Somebody is calling you stupid, calling you goat, consistently accusing you of cheating. And you say, if you just ignore him, he will stop. Why? You know you don't like it. Why are you vexing your righteous soul to compromise? No, not in bulletproof marriages. We don't do that. And number 10, people do not take me for granted. Hey, look, I honor Christians. I love how divorce is not a normal option for Christians. But I want to tell you something. My husband and I, we both know the grounds for divorce. We are not unsure of what could possibly lead to divorce. As a couple, do you know that? Do you know that my spouse, I cannot take her for granted? I cannot cheat on her. If I violate her this way, she will not condone it. She will leave me. I didn't say she will stop loving me. I said she will leave me. My husband, if I go and I empty the account without anything and I go to the mall and I buy all the designer things, he's not going to condone it. So we are not taking our spouses for granted. That is realizing good boundaries. Good boundaries. How did you fare? How did you fare? How did you fare? Frequently? Rarely? Often? And if you do this, you will begin to see where you are needing help. If you are very, very low, I called it a boundary starter. Your boundaries right now, they are non-existent. I didn't say you don't have values, but you are not doing anything to align yourself, to protect yourself, and to cause other people to respect those values that have been ascribed, that you have ascribed to yourself. So you are a boundary starter, but don't worry, you can keep learning. If you are somewhere around often, on average, you are a boundary student, you have done good so far in some of your relationships, in some circumstances. They know that when it comes to violence, they know that you won't tolerate it. But everything else, you just keep quiet and let things be. And then the third one, you are a master at this thing. You are authentically honoring your boundaries across your relationships. But you know, there's also something called rigid boundaries. That's the one where people refuse to, they will not let anybody into their space. That's not boundaries. Boundaries is a fence that has gates. You can open it, you can close it, you can allow stuff in, you can allow stuff out. If you have rigid boundaries, that means you have built a wall around yourself and nothing can enter in or out. That's not healthy in a relationship. So you're wondering, Bralade, what is causing this thing? I want to give you 3 ways that people get into marriages, especially also of actually women more, African descent as well, because we honor families, we honor marriage. And there are 3 relationship dynamics. In fact, if you follow at the Boundaries Movement on Instagram, we shared a post about it today. When we were talking about enmeshment, Coach Eden talked about how sometimes somebody can love you and it feels like they're about to choke your neck. You are being smothered in this love. But even you are like, how did I get here? Oh? Somebody save me, because it's too much. Enmeshment is the one I call you are me and I am you. You know, the one where people say, this is my husband. Do you know me and him? We even complete each other's sentences. Before I entered this marriage, I used to like cookies, but now I found out that it's only donut I like. Why? Because husband likes donut. It's okay, if you choose to like it, but you must not become one human being. And somebody, you see couples come up and say, we have not fought since we have been married in 21 years. Somebody is kowtowing to the other person and somebody is having their way all the time, or the two people are just lost in this thing that is not real. Do you understand? That's enmeshment. Don't be that person. I won't eat till he comes back home. We must eat together. He's not coming back till 1 a.m. He's begging you, babe, please eat. You say, no, I really, and you think that's a way to honor. No, it's an extreme form of people pleasing. Now, it's not only the food, don't know. I mean that one where you deny yourself of your visions, your values, your desires, just because you want to please people. The second one is detachment. Day your day, let me day my day. I am me, you are you, don't cross. You see spouses like this, they don't even know. So apparently some people even said that, my husband does not know where I work. I said, I'm sorry, say that again. Yeah, so when I changed jobs, I didn't even tell him the last one because I don't want him to know how much I earn. That's not boundaries. You are just answering misses. There's no, do you understand? There's nothing bringing you both together. All right. And the final one is interdependence. Look, I am me and you are you. And we are also one. Remember how I said 1 + 1 should not be equal to 1? It should actually be equal to 3 because you are now you. I am now me, and we also have an us. We are indomitable. We are invincible. We are doing big things. We are going somewhere. When we bring both our minds together, what results is exponential, is geometric progression because we are not playing. You achieve your dreams, you fulfill your dreams. I do mine as well. So I want to leave you with how you can set good boundaries. And I will send this ebook to you guys. I'll send it to Delphine, and she will set that. She will help you get it. So boundaries, they are ownership lines. I'm sure you already get that now. Boundaries are limits that guide us. And typically, for healthy boundaries are aligned to your values, to those things that you hold dear. I will give you the quick 10. If you have never, you and your husband, you people have a great relationship, but you don't have goals. I mean, both of you are good, but you see these issues, but no one has really addressed it. You don't know where to start. I want you to start by educating yourself. Both of you sit down. Stop talking about the children. In fact, don't talk about money. If you talk about money, you will quarrel if you don't have good boundaries. Start by educating yourself. Babe, what do you like? How do you normally feel when this happens? What are some of the choices that you would have made if this? If you didn't do this career, which career would you have done? Begin to discover yourselves again. So that if they tell you what are your spouse's 5 top values, you can recite it. That's knowing that person. Okay, what are your non-negotiables? How did they do you? Where did you grow up? What were some of the examples of marriage you saw? Who are your role models? You begin to ask those questions. Number 2, you begin to identify. You start to go deeper. You say, what are the things I do that upset you? I mean, what are the things that I do? What are the things you don't normally like? You will be shocked. It's in that meeting you will hear that once in public, his uncle's wife slapped him. And so since then, he has not really wanted to be close to any woman because he's like, you laugh with them too much, now they slap you. You start to identify things that have marked them and things that can possibly violate their boundaries. So your action in that one is that you become aware. You become aware. You say, oh, this is how this thing is, right? The third one is acknowledge. Hey, just be honest with yourself and acknowledge your part in it. You say, have you not wondered sometimes when you tell your spouse this thing, they will tell you what happened 5 years ago that made them the way they were. And you'll be like, really? That thing affected you that much? You'll be like, oh, I acknowledge my part in it. Now that you're starting from a clean slate, right? Acknowledge your part in it. If you have been the one enabling the behavior, say it's true. When this thing first started, I could have spoken up. I never did. Acknowledge your part with it in it. Be honest. Okay. And then the fourth one is review. Now that you know all these things, you are educated, you know what they're interested in, preferences are, their limits are. You also know what their non-negotiables, what boundaries violations look like for them. And for yourself, you begin to review these things. Be used to journaling. People in bulletproof marriages, they don't enter there by mistake. There's a level of intentionality that is crisp. There's a deliberateness that's like, people are like, is it that serious? Yes, so is that serious? All right. So review an action plan for when you have boundaries, for when you set boundaries, okay? The conversation, how you broach this topic, all those things. Number 5, you confront. It's time for us to have this conversation. Now that you people have discovered these things, you have confront your boundaries violation. Babe, do you know that, one guy, Samuel Iwar, said once that when himself and his wife, they started talking, they started becoming closer. She said, every time when you pass by and you hit me on my bum, she said, it triggers me. And he was like, this bum, he has been hitting him for the last 5 years. He had no idea. He would just hit her all the time. He thought it was sexy. He thought it was hot. And he said, why? And she said, I think someone who, people who are just, sexually molest you. And when I say molest, I don't mean that they raped you, but they touched you inappropriately. That's what some people had done in the past. So she associates that thing with those memories. Remember what Coach Eden talked about trauma. So you confront these things. Confront does not mean, so you're sleeping around. No, everything does not have to be extreme to be addressed. And he said he stopped for a while. But guess what? He said that she dealt with the trauma to a point where now he's touching it and it's okay. Do you understand? So, but at that time you confront, you have that discussion, okay? So have crucial conversations. If you buy my new book, A Tale of Two Wives, and I think someone can put it in the chat, you will learn the 9 codes of crucial conversation, because we don't have crucial conversations when we are either frustrated or when we are angry. That's when you want to have this deep discussion. Everything will just scatter because it's an emotionally inappropriate message. 3 more points and we'll be done. I hope you're taking copious notes. Number 6, set consequences. Look, if there's no consequence to your actions, to your boundaries, consider it what? Consider it not happening. Decide on a consequence that is in your control. Somebody is spending unreasonably in your marriage, your salaries should not be coming into the same account. Because guess what? Not only have they spent your salary before it came, sometimes people will be calling you on the phone, say your spouse is owing this much, and they put your name as guarantor. You must. That's the time to separate. Because if you don't do, when I say separate your bank accounts first. Because if you don't do that, maybe the children won't be able to go to school. So who has it helped? Okay? So set consequences and follow through on your consequence. If you say, if you do this again, we will no longer run a joint account till we're both financially savvy or we're both more responsible. You set your consequence and you take action. Number 7, give grace. My people, look, let me tell you, Rome was not built in a day. Even before they used to talk anyhow and raise their voice, the first day they raise their voice at you, after you've told them that the next time you raise your voice at me, I'm calling your mother or I'm walking out of the room. Give grace. Say, babe, this is unlike you. You've been honoring your commitment for a month now, but today I noticed you yelled. What happened? And they might start to tell you what happened at work. And they might even have the grace to apologize. But give grace. Give grace sometimes. Try to understand what is the reason this thing is so hard for you to honor. Okay? Assume positive intent always. I've said it. I cannot sleep on the bed next to somebody I think is evil. I don't know how some people do it. You're in such a difficult marriage. The person is evil and you can do it. If I'm even the spouse that is the evil one, I'll be afraid that one day you use the pillow and press me. Number 8, keep your consequences. Keep your consequences. Don't be an enabler. That's why some of our children, they don't behave, because we tell them, if you keep doing this, if you keep talking this way, your tablets will be gone for 2 days. You won't see it if you keep bullying your little ones. But they do it and I say, why will you do it now? Why will you do it? Then you let them go. You didn't, it would have been better you didn't set any consequence than for you to set a consequence and not follow through. And that means you can't be setting ridiculous consequences. I will kill you. You will see yourself. You will regret this ever happening. It's not a consequence. It has to be active. And number 9, maintain your boundaries. Look, it does not matter whether the person was angry the first day you carried out your consequence. Maintain your boundaries. Do not give in. You say, oh, now he only has only one side chick. Before he used to have 5. At least he's improving. No infidelity in my marriage. No infidelity in my marriage. That's it. I do not condone 1/2. Oh, but I don't bring her home. It does not matter. Maintain your boundaries. And finally, number 10, there's a life beyond boundaries. Look, when we both honor ourselves and have good boundaries, when we argue, it will be about productive stuff, not disrespectful, resentment, bitterness, all of those things. It won't be those things. So I want you to bear all of these things in mind today. Follow At the Boundaries Movement. Buy A Line in the Sand. That book, I chronicled marriages, 14 different marriages facing in-laws, infertility, infidelity, friends, family, all sorts of things. We talked about them in the book. You want to get it. Okay, and then A Tale of Two Wives. I talked about the stories of Abigail and Sapphira, two women you would probably not have read much about. And we talked about what it means to be married to a difficult person. You know, when your husband's name is Nabal, and when I say your husband, think spouse, don't think just men. When your spouse's name is Nabal or your spouse's name is Jezebel, it's a whole other dynamic. You have problem in this life. And how did those people who were in these difficult marriages, how did they navigate it? You see somebody like Sapphira, she barely spoke till Ananias roped them into death. Because everything she said, everything he said he wanted to do, she said what? She said yes. Abigail knew her husband was a fool. So when she was going to intervene, she was like, my husband is actually a fool. So he doesn't know better. So please don't kill him. Don't kill all of us. And, you know, Jezebel, Ahab, unfortunately, those things that were evil about Jezebel, Ahab used it to his own advantage. What a weakness. You have a spouse that doesn't talk to his family, even though nobody offended him. He just likes to sometimes punish people, and you're happy because it means you have him or her all to yourself. It's coming for you. It's coming right back for you. Anyway, let me not preach anymore. My time is up. I'd love to take questions from you guys. Please go ahead and put your questions in the chat. I am super stoked that I got to speak with you today. And I hope that somewhere in your heart, something stuck. No matter what it is, I want you to take 3 little actions from here today. Say, this is what I will do in my relationship. I'm going to take this one. I learned something in this boundaries assessment. I noticed, why don't I always ask for what I need? And later I'll be angry that they didn't do it for me. You know, take those things up. Ms. Delphine does not want to come again, so it's okay. Give me your questions, so let's discuss.
We're just enjoying you know. We could just, we could just keep going on and on and on. Wow. The boundaries queen again at it.
I love it.
I always enjoy this. When you give this lecture, sometimes I will go and I'll start applying and I'll start enjoying. But after a while, one will slide back into those things. So you're just like hitting the nail again. Thank you so much,
yes,
dear Queen. It was an amazing session. Thank you so much.
For sure. If anyone has any questions or
where did you go to? What happened?
Oh, Tombra, right? Yeah, you have to bring
disappeared.
You have to bring her in. Tombra, you're on mute.
I said,
you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for just blessing us immensely. It was just one of the things I was thinking as you were speaking is just how on the surface of it, divisive the topic of boundaries comes across as. And I don't know anybody else who will be able to, broach such a divisive divisive topic with so much love and with so much grace that makes you at the end of it like come into the understanding of it. So I have to say, sis, you were born for this.
Thank
you so much for just enlightening everyone you come across, because every time you speak,
I do.
So much life. And
I don't let people rest.
You don't let people. That's a nice way of saying you don't let us rest.
It's so amazing. It's so amazing because it sounds like, weird, but this is actually what can really bulletproof a marriage. If we understand boundaries, it is a giant step towards bulletproofing your marriage. Because if we understand these steps you have given, just these steps you have given, it's more than enough to be real, because it's about authenticity. Because a lot of the times we cover things, we do like it's fine, we do like it's well, when it is not well. You know, you were just touching some hot points there. Most of the time, people, you know, we move around in air-conditioned cars, go and sit in air-conditioned churches and offices, but there is a hot condition in the house. Even when we, you know, dress in matchy dresses and we come out looking all that beautiful, but we are all covering stuff. So I think if there's something really authentic that we need to, you know, apply to bulletproof our marriages, it is these boundaries. It is boundaries. Absolutely. Thank you so much, my dear Queen. Queen of boundaries. Thank you.
We have a question.
Thank you, Tondra. You've been great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we have a quick question. If we can just.
Oh, there's a question?
Yes.
Non-left person.
Yes. So Florence is asking, how do you make your husband understand that setting family goals is important, where we are and where we are heading to?
Wow.
Yeah. You see, some of these things, when we think of goals, some people think about using whiteboard and using paper and pen. We must have this session. Maybe it must be with a coach or, you know, therapist. We don't have to make it that formal. We don't even have to call it a goal. Sometimes some people have pressure. Maybe they're thinking of work. Work, I will do goals. Here too, I will do goals. What is it? You know, what's the next thing someone's going to demand? So say, how do you see this marriage? What did you enjoy last year? What would you like to build on this year? Say, if you could describe a perfect day, say by December 31st, how do you want our children to be? You just begin to introduce some of these things as, you know, generic type things. And this is where your communication skills really come in. And sometimes when you ask such a question, look, if somebody is being vulnerable with you, drop every judgment. You can't ask somebody to be vulnerable with you, but you are judging everything they're saying. If they say they want to buy Oma Jeep, and you know that what you want to do is save, do you understand? It's a conversation. You can even laugh. It's okay. But I don't get angry. One of the rules I have, my husband can tell me anything in this world. Anything. He can step up to me. And he has open access to me. Now, the first thing I would do is appreciate him for being vulnerable with me before we start to talk about what the other issues are or something. So if you love your journals, you love writing it, you can then take that feedback and go put it on paper. And then as you work towards it, at the end of the year, you can say, look how we tracked against our goals. Right? And then it kind of grows. I never thought in this life my husband would love budgeting. In this life, if you had asked me, but we got to a place in our finances where like, this thing can't work anymore. But we had to get there. This thing can't work anymore. And it was a boundaries moment. Because this thing can't work anywhere. It can't remain in complaint realm. What are we going to do about it? So he saw that, even me too, I wasn't willing to move beyond that point without taking action. That's how we started though. Now, I can't even breathe again. I'm like, is it not me that told you about this budgeting thing? What's happening now? Okay.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was such an enlightening session. And I can see comments. Everyone is just there's thank you. People are I see Petrinia is just coming.
Love you, Petrinia.
Awesome. So Brother, thank you so much for being here.
I love to be here. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Brother. Thank you.
Thank you. So everyone, thank you so much for having me. I'm just going to hand over hosting to the lovely Jola, who will be taking it away from here. Thank you so much for having me, Delphine. Bye.
Wow. Thank you all so much. It's really been phenomenal. You know, I've been listening in since 4 o'clock, and the sessions have just really been mind-blowing. Thank you also, Tombra, for the awesome job you've done tonight. Really amazing. Thank you to all the speakers. It's just been amazing. Like this is a master class. You know, this is something everybody should go back to and listen to over and over and over again, because the fact is, you're listening, but the amount of what you will get on the first time you're listening is so minute to the depth of the revelation and the powerful tools that has been released to us tonight. So I just want to encourage everybody. This is, on YouTube. So go and listen to it over and over and over and over again. So thank you so much. I want to say a huge thank you to the convener, my dear sister from another country or another mother. Delphine, it's really been awesome, what you're doing, what you've done tonight, what you're doing about this weekend. Amazing job. Well done. I'm so proud to be part of this awesome job that you are doing tonight. And tonight I'm going to be bringing in the final speaker. And then after that, I think we are having like a table talk. So guys, if you want to quickly grab a drink, get something to munch, it's Friday. There's no better place to be on a Friday night, than to be here and learning, so just make yourself comfortable, grab a drink, get something to munch, because we're going into another powerful session, and I don't want anybody to miss this. Incidentally, the final speaker for tonight is our amiable, delectable host, Coach Delphine. She's a women's relationship and leadership coach. She's also a John Maxwell speaker, a trainer, and a coach. A video is going to be playing, I believe, to further introduce her. But she's a woman who is passionate about other women. I was speaking to her a few days ago, and she was telling me that, she's seen things, just like a lot of people have said tonight, that sometimes you see everything is perfect on the outside, especially for we women. We know how to put the makeup on, we know how to put the foundation, the lipstick, appear, and then when we appear, everything seems to be perfect. In fact, these days, you don't have to go through the chore, the hard work of doing all those makeup, to come online virtually or to put a perfect picture out there. All you need to do is to download Snapchat, okay? Snapchat. If anybody hasn't heard of Snapchat, just go out. I was showing someone something on Snapchat a few days ago, and I was like, you can use a lot of filters, because the person was like, this person I'm looking at virtually does not look like this in real life now. I know this person is very dark. I said it's filtered. The person didn't believe me, and I went to Snapchat and I was like, look, I was using different filters. The person was like, OMG. So sometimes you see things out there, looks as if people have gotten it together. And I was telling someone a few days ago that don't make important life decisions based on the image of people that you see on the outside, because the truth is nothing is the way it appears to be. Nothing. Even if sometimes you're relating with the people physically, you're not inside, you don't know what's going on. And it's sad that a lot of times you see a lot of women have the perfect picture, but deep down on the inside there is hurt. Deep down on the inside there is pain. Deep down on the inside there is trauma, like Coach Eden said. But Coach Delphine is a woman that is passionate to look beyond all the paraphernalia that we put outside and to go straight into what is going on the inside, to provide a platform for women to come and to refresh and to actually be the best that they can be. So I'm going to be bringing up Coach Delphine for the final session tonight, and I will just ask that the video should roll. If you're excited and happy as the video rolls, I want you to send some love to Coach Delphine in the chat box. Send some love to Delphine in the chat box. Let's applaud her. Let's salute her for putting a program like this.
Delphine Fogwe is a women's relationship and leadership coach. She is a John Maxwell speaker, trainer, and coach. She helps women find themselves, live intentionally and aligned with purpose so that they can blossom in their marriages, careers, and start to enjoy life as intended by God. Delphine Fogwe is a pastor who has worked with women for over 15 years, mentoring, teaching, and coaching them. Delphine Fogwe is the Vice President of the African Women in Leadership Organization, Yaoundé chapter. She is co-founder with her husband and Vice President of Dream Foundation, a faith-based institution which seeks to empower youth and build talents in Christendom. Delphine Fogwe is founder of the Queens on Fire community, where she teaches women leadership principles through her masterminds. She is founder of the Wives on Fire community, where she equips wives daily with the Word of God while empowering them through her prayer watch program known as Wives in the Upper Room. Delphine Fogwe is wife to Apostle Rogers Fogwe and mother to two beautiful daughters, Casey and Rina. Delphine Fogwe is an author of 3 books: How to Win Your Dream Man, The Attraction Code, The VIP Wife, Wisdom for the 21st Century Wife, Every Day a Honeymoon, Secrets that will guarantee a blissful marriage. Delphine Fogwe is founder and host of the Relationship Summit 2022. Her goal is to build over 1,000 happy marriages in 10 years.
Wow, 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 wow. You're welcome. Come on, let's give it up. Let's give it up for Coach Delphine. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow. Isn't that amazing? Was that me or someone else? Wow, thank you so much, Coach Jola. I want to say a huge thank you to all the coaches that have gone ahead of me, beginning from Coach Bridget, Ellison. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Coach Eden, you guys did an amazing job. My boundaries queen, thank you. Thank you so much for all what you guys have done. Thank you for joining me in this movement, a movement to see marriages thrive again, a movement, to see happy homes again. I believe that every community is a reflection of the families that exist in that community. And so when families are not going well, when marriages are not going well, you see it in the community. You see it in that neighborhood or country. It just affects, the whole community in a way. So marriages is that thing that God wants to use to build better nations. So if you guys are joining me today, it's not just about me, it's about nations that we want to build through families, through marriages. So tonight, we are talking, the theme of this summit is My Bulletproof Marriage. And whatever we are doing today is about to bulletproof our marriages, to protect our marriages, to preserve them in any way possible. And I'm going to be talking to us on my heaven on earth marriage. My heaven on earth marriage. And one thing I say about marriage is God's idea. In fact, God is the founder of marriage. He is the initiator, the institutor, the originator, the producer, the designer. God is the inventor, the author, and the manufacturer of marriage. And for that reason, he has in mind how he wants marriage to look like. God is very intentional. God creates on purpose. Marriage is God's design for releasing a slice of heaven here on earth. The best way God could make man to feel what heaven looks like was through marriage. I would say marriage is a man and a woman who commit to each other for life. They walk side by side and they sacrifice for each other. And as such, building the blocks for families, for neighborhoods, for communities, and for countries. You can create a heaven on earth marriage by involving the author of marriage in your daily life. So it will totally difficult to say you are having a heaven on earth if God is not involved in your life. So it begins with involving God in your daily life. Now, when you involve God in your daily life, you can experience him daily in your marriage. And that's when you can talk about heaven on earth. Now, experiencing God in your daily life, it doesn't exempt you from challenges. It doesn't mean you won't face difficulties. It simply means even in the midst of challenges, God is helping because you are looking up to him for direction. Now, you can't look elsewhere. It's like you are taking a Mercedes car to a Toyota garage. Who do you think can help you repair your car better? Now, the second thing I want to talk about is honor. You have to honor God with your marriage. If you dream of having a heaven on earth marriage, you must honor God with your marriage. God created marriage, and so we are accountable to him. I'm sure you have heard most of the speakers have mentioned something like this. You're accountable to God. You don't just run it like you own it. You are doing it as unto God. Treat your spouse with the goal to please God. God who is the founder. God who is the initiator, the manufacturer of that marriage. So you see your spouse the way God sees them. Speak to them the way God will do. Treat them the way God will treat them. Do it like you are going to be accountable to God for whatever you do. And I'd like you to just picture this. Picture this conversation in your mind. And this is God asking you questions. You know, when God gives you something, you owe him an account for what he has given you. And this is God asking you, what did you do with the spouse I gave you? This is God asking you. God always wants to know what you did with what he gave you. So there's nothing God just does for doing sake. He's asking you, what did you do? If he gives you anything, he will ask you. You will give him an account of it. So what did you do with the money I gave you? What did you do with the children I gave you? What did you do with the job I gave you? What did you do with the marriage I gave you? You know, we have a doing God. It's not just thinking. We have an active God. And don't forget that the words that accompany the action are stronger than the action itself. I remember I always asked my husband this thing. There are days that we just spend time, and jokingly, I would tell him, hey, let me do this stuff because I don't know what I'm going to tell God I did with the husband he gave me. I will say it like a joke, but for real, we owe God an accountability for what we do with the spouses that he has given us. And that's why everyone has something, have a role to play in that union they call marriage. You know, so you make sure you speak blessings, encouraging words to your spouse regularly. And all of this will require intentionality. It takes intentionality to move from principles to action, because a lot of us know many things when it comes to marriage. Yes, we know that you have to maybe be submissive, you have to do one thing or the other, but do we really do those things? It requires intentionality to move from theory to real life. We know a lot of theory. We even say them. We even preach them. I was just listening to the Boundaries Queen, and she was just saying some stuff, and I was like, oh God. I listened to Bridget Ellison talk on finance, and I found myself in some of the traps that she was saying about. You know, we know these theories. The thing is, do we really apply them? Do we really want to bulletproof our marriages? One thing we need to understand is that marriages are the most attacked institutions that exist in the world. It is one thing that attracts arrows from left and right, arrows from the pit of hell. Everything is attacking marriage because it's a strong bond that when it is firm, it's difficult for anyone to get in. How do you speak to your spouse? If you do the right things, then the right things will follow you definitely. Are you a wife or a knife? I heard a preacher said this. He said, are you a man or a machete? Because words are too powerful. Words are very, very powerful. Now, if we follow divine principles and instructions, you will discover in Ephesians chapter 5, verse 21. Ephesians 5, 21. Where is that verse? The Bible says, submit you to one another. In Ephesians 5, 21, submit to one another. So husband and wife, we're supposed to be submitting to one another. And then he goes to verse 22. He says, wives, submit to your husband as unto God. And then in verse 25, he says, husbands, love your wives, even as Christ has loved the church. And now when you begin to look at the type of love, the kind of love that Christ had for the church, if you want to examine it, what kind of love? You will see that it was sacrificial. And so when we talk about love in marriage, we talk about sacrificial love. The love must be sacrificial. When we talk about love, we see care. It's caring. And it had nothing, the love that Jesus, could show for the church had nothing to do with Jesus. It was more about what had to happen for the church that he came to die for. So if we want to talk about love tonight, we can keep going on and on and on and on. But it's a two-way traffic. Love does not hurt. It doesn't harm. Love doesn't do anything that will bring pain, that will cause pain. Love protects. There are many scriptures I would have loved to cite tonight, but I'll just move because we have another talk that is coming up. I want to give us some 5 principles that will help us bulletproof our marriage and create a heaven on earth experience using the acronym, the word proof as an acronym. So I want to give us these 5 principles that will help us to bulletproof our marriage and create a heaven on earth experience using proof as an acronym to define these 5 principles. Now, the first one, which is the word P, the letter P, for P, I take plant. Plant good seeds in your marriage intentionally. Now, come to think of it, when a farmer goes to sow his seeds in their farms, they have an expectation of the harvest. They know what the outcome will be from the seed they are planting. Now, when you live with the consciousness that you will reap whatever you sow, that will help you to sow good seeds. Because whatever you sow, you will definitely reap that. A farmer who plants beans is not expecting to harvest mangoes. The one that plants corn is not expecting to reap or to harvest sugar cane. If you sow hate, bitterness, anger, you will definitely reap a greater portion of those things in your marriage. Now, if you sow love, if you sow care and sacrifice, you will equally reap such in greater measure. And this will help your marriage resist the storms that keep hitting at marriages. There are storms that you can't stop them from coming, but you can determine how you want to face them. And that is what the bulletproof is doing, helping you to resist those storms, to build yourself. And the next letter I want to talk on is R. To spell proof, it starts with P, and then you go to R. So R is reinvent yourself. Reinvent yourself and reverse the order of things in your marriage if you need to. So it doesn't matter how bad or how far it's gone. Something can be done about it. it can be reversed. Don't have a fixed mindset. You know, don't say things like, this is how I am. I have spoken. There are some people who are fixed. When they say a thing, that's how it is. They're not going to change anything about it. But you can change. You can reinvent yourself. You can change your mindset. You can see things from another perspective. You need to revisit your beliefs about marriage. Maybe you grew up seeing certain things that are no longer relevant in marriage. In the days of old, there's a way that our parents grew up. There's a way they lived. There's a way they behaved. But we are living in the present time now, and you need to follow the reality of your time. So you need to, you know, revisit your mindset, revisit your entourage, because the people you surround yourself with, it's also very, very important. The people you walk with, you move with, and talk with, who you move with will determine what you can survive. Because when you move with the wrong crowd, they can help you to even break the marriage for you. So you need the people that can encourage you, people who can model marriage to you in the right way. So surround yourself with the right people. Revisit your entourage in case you've discovered that where you are, the people you go around with, they are toxic. If they are toxic, please revisit that entourage. The next letter I want to talk on is O, which is offer yourself to learning and to growth so that you can stay relevant. Offer yourself to learning and to growth if you want to stay relevant. You want to experience a newness in your marriage? Do something that you've never done before, or change the way you approach some things in your marriage. I can't tell you enough about how much personal growth has affected my own marriage personally. I focused on building myself so much so that I didn't find time for petty behaviors. That's how far personal development has gone for me. The self-realization that comes with learning, the alignment with purpose is a joy bringer that you can't imagine. It affects your marriage positively. Personal development will bring you to a self-realization of purpose, discovery, and alignment. And this has a way of just working for you. God works in communities through families. Reason why attention is on marriages. We have to build our marriages and work towards bulletproofing our marriages. And the second O I want to talk about is ownership. Don't forget, we are talking about the acronym PROOF, bulletproofing our marriages. So we're using PROOF as an acronym. So we are talking on the second O now, which is ownership. Take ownership of elevating, improving, enhancing, energizing, and igniting passion in your marriage. Own it. Don't look at the other person. Don't say, he should have been the one. Let my husband, why is he not the one saying every day that I love you? Why am I the only person? Own it. Own the right to do more, to be more. Own the right. And you will definitely have more in your marriage by doing so. You will have more joy, more peace, more love. You will have more, in fact, more to write home about. Own the right to do the best things in your marriage. Own that right. Don't give it to someone else. Don't say somebody should have done it. Don't say, my spouse should do it. My wife should be the one to say it, or my husband should be. If it is good, own the right to do it. Own the right to be the best servant in your marriage. Serve him or serve her. Be the best servant. And I read somewhere they said the best marriage has 2 servants, and the worst marriage has 2 masters. Be the best servant in your marriage. Own the right to be the best lover, the best initiator of good projects. Do exciting things in your marriage. Plan good outings, good events, things that you both can enjoy. Do that together. And you cannot regret it. Own it. Own it. Don't look at your neighbor Focus on what you can give in that marriage. I'm going to the last point, the last letter of proof, which is focus. Focus on faith. The first thing you need to focus on is your faith, because you were talking about the heaven on earth. If you want to provoke heaven in your marriage, then your faith has to be at work. You have to focus on your creator as well. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, the Bible says, so God created man in his own image. In his image and likeness, he created them male and female. There's a reason why God created man in his image. We are made in his image and likeness so that we can be like him, act like him, love like him, and reflect him in every sense of the word. To be, do, and love like God entails that we understand what he expects of us. Accordingly, there is an expectation that God has from us, from the wife and from the husband, like we read from Ephesians 5, 21, 22, 25. Submit to one another. Submit to your husband as to the Lord. Love your wives as Christ has loved the church. If you must please God, if you want heaven, you want to provoke heaven in your marriage, these are divine instructions. They are divine, principles. Now, let us look at what does this love really mean. It's about putting yourself in the shoes of the other and relating with them from that perspective. Now, if you say you love somebody, I think you should be able to feel their pain. You should be able to wear their shoe. Let's take a case where you need your husband to give you maybe some amount of money. And maybe he's not able to give you, and you get angry and you back out. If you were to wear his shoe and just reason for a minute, if you were there, will you be able to give what you are asking him to give you? Because most of the time, we want our spouses to be like God. We want them to play the role of God. But they are humans. If we can just see things from their perspective, it will make life easier. Love is about shielding others from pain, from hurt, or any form of harm. Romans 13, verse 10 says, love does not harm, or love does no harm to its neighbor. Love does no harm to its neighbor. So when you walk in love, you are not the reason for somebody's pain. You are not the reason for somebody hurting. You are not the reason why somebody is harmed. Because love does not harm. If we understand love, even at this level, at this degree, we understand love, we will be provoking heaven in our homes. Where love is absent, they contribute to pains, to hurt, to harm others. So in the absence of love, there is hurt, there is pain, there is harm. So where there is pain, the question I'm asking is there love? Because love does no harm to its neighbor. You have seen that from that verse we just read. Love does no harm to its neighbor. Love is looking out and celebrating the best in others, not looking out and magnifying the worst in others. That is love. I'm sure I've given several definitions of love today. We are talking about the last letter, which is focus. Focus on the goodness in your marriage. In the midst of whatever you might be going through, there is something good. Focus on what is good. There is a scripture in Philippians 4:8 which says, finally, brothers, and I'll say plus sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about these things. Think about these things. Whatever is good. Because whatever thing you focus on grows. Focus on the beauty in your marriage. Focus on the positive aspects of your marriage. I would like to end with this story that I like to share with you. I heard this Indian monk share the story of these two insects, the bee and the fly. And this is what he said. He said the bee will fly across kilometers looking for nectar from flowers. And the fly will fly a long distance looking for shit, looking for rubbish, whatever is rotten. If you have a clean kitchen and there is some little bit of rotten stuff there hiding in a corner, it's the fly that will announce to you that there is something smelly in your kitchen, because it brings the fly from long distances. So a fly will go across kilometers, flying over beautiful flowers, looking for shit. And wherever it finds shit, that's where it will anchor. A bee will fly over rubbish across kilometers, looking for the beautiful flowers. And when it finds it, it lands on the nectar and sucks the nectar. Now, these are two kinds of mindsets. The bee mentality and the fly mentality. I want to ask you tonight, which of them are you? Because these two mindsets, they manifest in marriages. You have people who pick only the shit. I'm not talking about healthy criticism, no. I'm talking about focusing on what is not okay. And don't forget I said, anything you focus on has the ability to expand. So if you focus on the shit, you're going to have more shit. You focus on the nectar, you will have honey. It will produce you honey. Right? So think about it. Which of them are you? What mindset do you have? Is it that of the bee or that of the fly? And as I round up, I want to say this. It is possible. Heaven on earth is possible. A good marriage is possible. When you genuinely involve God in your marriage, that is a bulletproof for you. Once more, I want to say thank you. Thank you guys for believing in us and for following this program. We have many more resources that will be helping you to bulletproof your marriage. And we are going to move. We have a table talk after this. We're going to go straight to that table talk before we round up completely for tonight. I believe that all the guests for the table talk, they are already around. I want to say thank you all. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, my dear Coach Jola. Thank you. The coaches are already here. They will just join me here and we go straight to our table talk for tonight. Wow. There's somebody that is not yet there. Okay, she's going to join. Okay.
Awesome.
Over to you, my dear coach. Thank you.
That was amazing. That's what I call short and powerful. Short and powerful. You know, that was straight to the point. The proof. You know, I feel as if you are giving us those points. They were actually bullets. You know, you can have a gun and the gun can be AK, whatever, the top model and everything. But if you don't have bullets, the gun is useless. You don't have bullets, somebody else might just come with a lesser model, older version gun. You will still be in trouble. So I want everybody to take those points as more bullets. You know how important, if they catch somebody to take the gun from you, they first of all remove the bullets, then they disarm you. So you need to go away with those points as these are my bullets. I gotta keep them. Like they say, nothing just works. You have to make it work. If it's working, if the grass is greener on the other side, it's because your neighbor is watering their garden. It's because your neighbor is putting an effort to make that garden beautiful. Thank you so much, Coach Delphine, for that powerful session. Thank you so much. It's amazing. And again, I want to say thank you to everybody that stayed connected, right from when we started at 4 up until now. I believe that you're getting a lot of things. There is a mind shift, something is changing in your mind. And I know that as you go forth to practicalize what you've learned, your marriages will not be the same again, but will begin to change for good in the name of Jesus Christ. So right now we are going straight, like Coach Delphine said, into the table talk, and we're talking about premarital red flags. Premarital red flags. So, if you've not yet shared the link to this program, you have an opportunity again to share the link and get people to just join in this awesome time we're having here. And I want to welcome Pastor Olu Olabode. She's already here. Good evening. Thank you for being here. Awesome to have you here tonight. Also, we have Coach. I'm gonna try and pronounce her name the way she pronounces it. She takes her time. Like, in fact, she drinks water. Let me drink water. She settles and she says, "My name is Exceptional Ekwasi." Did I get it? Hello, my dear sister, Coach Ekwasi, to the table tonight. Thank you so much for being here. We're looking forward to hearing from you. We've got I think somebody else is supposed to join, Prudential. I will wait for her to join in, and of course Coach Delphine is here, and myself. So we're talking about premarital red flags. Premarital red flags. A lot of people say, "Oh, I didn't see any red flags, it just happened," and all of that. I've had this conversation over and over again that they're actually red flags. Do you feel that, you saw something there that you should have seen or you didn't see, So, I remember the last time somebody was interviewing me when I was sharing my story, I was in an abusive relationship for over 16 years. And they were like, "Oh, did you see any red flags?" Initially, way back, I just said, no, it was all perfect. But after a while, I'm like, there were red flags. Come on. So there were red flags. Did I see it? No. Were they there? Yes. So tonight we want to talk about premarital red flags, because it's always better to understand what the red flags are so that when you see them, you can quickly identify them and do something about your situation. So I'm going to hand the mic tonight to Coach Delphine to kickstart that, and then we just, have that conversation. Over to you, Coach Delphine.
Thank you very much, Coach Ola, and thank you, Ma Olu. Thank you, Coach Ekwasi. Thank you for joining us tonight. In fact, we're talking about red flags before you say yes. Red flags before you say yes to any man, to any guy or boy or girl. One of the things you need to be looking at is vision. Does he have a vision? Does she have a vision? It's a red flag when you meet somebody that doesn't know where they are going to. It's dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Because, for a marriage to go well, you need to meet. A marriage is made up of two people. They say there are 2 eggs that give a good omelet. When you have 2 good eggs, you have a good omelet. If one is bad, that omelet is going to be bad. It's going to contaminate the rest of it. So make sure that this person, whether lady or the guy, has a vision of where they want to be. They must have a plan around their life. What plan do they have around their life? And then you need to watch their life. We just listen to the coach that talk about finances in marriage. Watch their lives and the way they deal with money. How do they handle money? Because their behavior around money can bring you poverty or you can become rich. I remember, well, let me say this story. It's by my husband used to say this thing. He said one of the things that made him, because when I met him, we were in one small bedroom living together happily. And he said one of the things that made him go for me, maybe I've changed from that time, but one of the things that made him go for me was the fact that when he gave me little money, I would go and come, and he wants to give me more money when I was still visiting him, by the way. He wants to give me more, and I'll be like, no, it's okay. The one you gave me last time is still there. No, I wasn't really used to taking money from people. Maybe that is because of my own cultural background, but then, you know, it is important to understand the person's behavior towards money. It's a red flag when you meet somebody that keeps sucking and wants to take everything that you have. It's a red flag. Many people think they can buy money with love. Love, you can't buy, you can't buy love with money. I reversed it. You can't buy love with money. You can't. So when you watch that kind of a thing, it is a red flag. I'll let the others just add their own red flags they have there. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach Jola, for the phenomenal way you did. You know, you took Coach Delphine's session, just introducing her and everything. And thanks for welcoming us. For me, the red flags, in fact, I don't even know which one to start with. I don't think any of them is even good. Like, red flag is red flag. You spoke about something so big, which I think encompasses a lot of them. You spoke about vision, Coach Delphine. And I think vision even goes as far as, for me, it's more the subtle things. And I remember I was speaking to one of the young ladies that I have around me, and she was talking, one of her sisters is going through, you know, this kind of situation. And I mentioned to her, I said, could there have been that before the marriage? Maybe there were some, maybe did she see anything? Or it couldn't have just have happened. And then she looked at me, she's like, I said, because these things don't just happen, there must have been somehow, in a subtle way. She said, actually, you're right, man. There was some things that she saw, but she thought the guy would change. And so I said to her that, I remember before I got married, they tell me one big thing. My pastor would tell me that you are going to be in the marriage by yourself. And so if you're single, you are listening, guess what? When you are cutting, it's the time to open your eye. Open it very wide, because, you know, we love to do the lovey-dovey. In fact, sometimes we might even have to bring in a friend that is frank, a friend that can actually see for us. Because, you know, when you're in a relationship, like Ojola was saying, that the red flags were there, but you might not have seen it because you were so in love with the person. And if you've also come from, like, if you come from a sheltered background, you might not pick those because you are so used to the love in your home. This guy might not know how to mask these things that you might not even pick up. But I find a lot of time when we have people around us as well that are watching out for us, they might be the one to call us and say, did you notice blah, blah, blah? Like someone that is frank with you that can actually help us. So for example, I always say, if you have a friend that can watch out for you, please don't shut them out, especially when you're going out with a guy, because they might see some things that, like when you're driving, there are blind spots. There might be some blind spots that you might not pick out. The guy that when you tell them about your dream, your goal in 10 years' time, and they just shut you down. They don't even want to hear your own part, but they want to tell you about everything they are doing. You know, and so I would say red flags, I find a lot of time will come in a very subtle way. So sometimes they're not even the big things. And so I always just say, we need to watch out for those things that the guy is not really doing. I'm thinking of a perfect way to put it, like not even the things that he's doing, but the things that he's not doing. He's not affirming you.
The omissions.
God bless you. I was looking for a word to find. So those things that he's not even doing, that he's meant to be doing. You, like maybe you're someone that affirms him. You know, you come together, you talk about your dreams, and the guy will just, when it's his own thing, he's like excited. But when it's for you, he just kind of
just me.
Exactly. You are in fact, you got it. So I find those very subtle things, because when it comes to marriage, the thing will be magnified.
Oh yes.
Now it will be magnified. Now he begins to say, well, why do you want to walk outside the home. Why do you want to work? Those things were there, but they were very subtle.
Exactly.
Once in a while, he will shut you down. You're like, but why doesn't he want to hear about my dreams? Why don't they want to hear about my goals?
You will begin to explain it away.
You have to explain everything away.
Maybe I have to. Maybe I'm dreaming too much.
Exactly. But in a way, he's shutting you down. Sometimes the red flag is not even that the guy slapped you. It might not even be that, but some subtle things. I find for a lot, because a lot of people they don't see even kind of things as abuse because they don't come as a big thing. There are very subtle ways that he emotionally is abusing you in a way, but you don't even see as emotional abuse because they are very subtle. I want to just throw that out there.
Wow, that's so phenomenal. Coach Ekwase, I mean, would you like to put something?
Yes, thank you so much, Coach Delphine, Coach JG Jola Grace, and Coach, remind me your name?
Olu.
Coach Olu. I am Ekwase Egbe, popularly known as Exceptional Ekwase. Coach Delphine, thank you for having me here. I'm a child transformational coach, and I help parents and caregivers like you equip their twins and teens with the 21st century skills. Now to why we are here, red flag. I'll just mention two because of our number. How does he or she treat strangers? People they don't know. That is their real personality. Because to you, oh, I love you, but it takes you out on a date and he screams and shouts at the waitress.
Yeah.
It's going to scream and shout at you, or she will scream and shout at you. And you know what? Shouting and yelling is a form of verbal abuse. And that is a form of verbal bullying. So he or she is a bully. And bullies are unhappy people. So get ready. You just feel that you are unhappy and sad beside her or him. That is a red flag, number one. Number two, is the person able to set boundaries with family members? Coach Bralade, Coach Aiden, all the coaches, they've done so well. Is he or she able to? And he asks you ask him, assume it's the lady, between your mother or your wife, who will you choose? And he goes, his mother. Watch out. Some few years ago, I told my son, when you are to get married or you get married and you are to choose between your mother and your wife, choose your wife, because I am a wife to your father. Put your wife ahead of me. So when he goes, oh, my mother, he might as well go and marry his mother. I will yield my mic at this time.
Wow. I think that's a very, very interesting one that we all need to digest. And if you have sons, to begin to put that into their mind, really, you know, even though sometimes if someone is actually asking you to make that choice, I think there's something you need to watch out for. The fact that they are asking you to make that choice, because you really shouldn't. It's like you have two children and they're asking you make the choice between this child and that child. They are both your children. They are both as important in your life, you know, as that is big. So sometimes talking about boundaries with other people or with family members is that person having the wisdom. And I'm not talking about being intelligent and all of that, because the fact is you can have, this is going to sound really bizarre. You can have a foolish, intelligent person. Think about it, because intelligence is not wisdom. Sometimes you see people who are very intelligent, but they make foolish decisions. So that person should have a way to make sure that if there's an issue, you keep your mother happy, you keep your wife happy. You don't place one above another because they are both as important. But when someone is like, oh, no, oh, definitely, this one, definitely, because you will find that this person does not have native wisdom. So I would even say another red flag to look out for is wisdom, not intelligence. Is this person wise? Is this person wise when it comes to making life decisions, making choices? Are they actually wise, or do they just throw caution to the wind? I can see that our dear sister has joined us. So sorry, I'm just Prudential. I'm sorry, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce your last name.
Madam Batch. Go on.
And maybe you just say Madam Batch. That one will be very okay for
Madam Batch. Okay.
Madam Batch.
Batch. Okay. Is that Cameroonian as well?
Yes, I'm a Cameroonian.
Oh, awesome. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being
Are you getting me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
We can, yes.
I'm a Cameroonian. Okay. Am I to talk right now?
Yeah, I would just say, what's your view on
Go ahead.
Red flags?
Give your own red flag.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know why I've been following up, and at this particular moment, my network wants to like mess me up as you cannot show me a red flag at all. I am not ready for a red flag at this moment with the network. So I've just told the network that please, you better give me green lights because I'm out to. I'm not ready for that. So I said, marriage is not dark. Of course, there is a part of it that requires God's favor. And the journey to marriage, it starts with the person itself. So one of the red flags that I want to talk about marriage is you not knowing yourself. Most people go into marriage, they don't even know who they are. They don't even know what they're looking for. They don't even know the type of person they want. I believe that is one of the biggest red flags, because if you don't even know the type of man or the type of woman that you want, it is already a red flag. I think for example, if somebody is a pastor and wants to get married, is looking for a wife, you must already know that if you have a woman that does not, maybe they don't want to pay tithe, don't want to go to church, don't want to, let's say, accompany you to church, it's already a red flag. But if the pastor does not know himself, he does not know who he really wants to do, what he wants to do in life, the type of woman that you have, you know yourself, it's already a red flag. So people must first of all know themselves, know what they're looking for, where they are going to. If you don't know it, there is no way you're going to make the right choice. So that's my first red flag. And the second red flag that I would say is people who refuse premarital counseling. If you don't want to be accountable to anybody, because I used to tell the young ones that I come across that if you are to get married to any man, you must have a mentor. There must be somebody that man is accountable to. So much so that if you have any problem, you can say, if I go and see this your mentor, the person is like maybe going to throw the line. No, there is a problem at this particular level. So some people don't want to accept any mentor. And if I want to say another thing again, another red flag is lack of self-control. At times, you see, everything that you do before marriage is a rehearsal. So if you have a man, that man is like or a woman is one thing, because I believe a lot of us are Christian on this line, and he wants to maybe have premarital sex with you. Just know that all those who are cheating in their marriage, they were at one moment in time were involved in fornication. So anything that you do before marriage is a rehearsal. And there is no guarantee that marriage does not guarantee you any safety for sex, because if somebody has never had any sexual relationship, the person before marriage maybe will not maybe want to cheat. But when you start having sex with your wife, if you were practicing before, it will instead make you to practice it more. So you must have self-control in anything that you do. Because if you have, let's say, you see the way you treat your husband, your parents, see the way you treat your siblings. If you give them a good slap, just know that
beat them at any time. Yeah, maybe your siblings. Just know that by the time you get into marriage, those siblings will not be there. Maybe you'll be the wife or the husband that they're going to beat. So we should be. So if you cannot practice self-control, there is no way, because the self-control that you practice before marriage is what you will practice during marriage. So a red flag is somebody who cannot control himself well. And then if I end with the last one that I can say is that person who wants to hide you, say, no, it's my private business. I don't want anybody to know about me, about our relationship. Marriage is never a private issue. And if it's a private issue, your boss, your family members, and all those people, they need to know about the person that you want to get married to. So if somebody is hiding you, it is already a red flag. Now, they're not hiding you and telling you that he loves you so much. That one is a red flag, because love is not something that's hidden. It's a language that even the blind, they see, the deaf, they hear. So those are some of the red flags that I'm saying. So if you have a girl maybe the family want to caution the girl, telling the girl that, look, you have to be very careful and study some of the study the man very well. And the girl is like, no, I will just abandon my family. I will just keep them aside. I want to step into my marital relationship. I'm not interested. Be very careful, because it's already a red flag. Telling you that if you are in marriage with that particular girl, at one moment she can abandon you also. She abandon her family to follow you to go somewhere. So I have said, if I have one thing to say, is that anything you do before marriage is a rehearsal. So if you rehearse those bad things and you don't take care of it, when you go into your marriage, you will do them more. Thank you. I hope I've not used my 3 minutes.
That's just so phenomenal. You know, I love what you said about someone that doesn't have a mentor, you know, because the fact is nobody is all of that. Sometimes, you know, I like I said earlier on, by the grace of God, I'm a certified life and trauma recovery coach, and now I help people who have been through traumatic experiences to heal and reinvent themselves for an excellent life. And how did I get here was because I went through 16 years of domestic violence and abuse. And this happened in a Christian setting. And I remember every time there was an incident, I looked right, I looked left. Who can I report this person to? Nobody. This person was not submissive to anybody. This person had no regard for anybody. And I thought to myself, was this there when I was dating this person? Who was this person? There was really nobody. But at that point in time, I thought, no, you know, he's a pastor, he's this, you know, he's the, you know, making excuses for those things. And that is so important. There must be something. See, the Bible says we should not have an exaggerated opinion of our own importance.
Oh, yeah.
And a narcissist, you know, some abuses, not all, but some abuses are perpetrated by narcissists. And a narcissist feels that they are better than everybody else in this world. In fact, why a narcissist will not have a mentor or anybody they submit to is because they feel that nobody knows better than them. They feel that they know everything. Oh, what does that person want to say? I've read that book. I've heard that before. I've done this one. They feel that they are the CEO, they are the almighty, they are the everything, they know everything. And if you're dating somebody like that, that every time you say, oh, I want to go for this program, or I want to listen to the person, they're like, what is that person going to tell you? It's not if that person keeps dismissing yes, of course, it's not every content out there that you should consume, just like it's not every food. But this person constantly says, don't listen to anybody. Don't relate with anybody. Isolation. No, there's nothing for you to talk to. These people, they will gradually begin to tell you that everybody hates you.
Yeah.
They are the only one that love you. That is a red flag. And some of you will think that it's true, my love. Like Coach Ekwasi said, all this loving is a lie. They are working at something. And I think if we don't take anything away from this table talk tonight, I love what somebody puts your name, Mabach said. Anything that is happening premarital is a rehearsal for the marriage. There's one lie we tell ourselves: I will change her. Well, I marry her, I will change her. Don't you know I'm a pastor, powerful prayer warrior? Or you say, I will change him. I will pray. Are you the Holy Spirit? Hello. Are you, excuse me, are you, I don't understand. Well, we will say we'll be praying. I say, see, there's something God has given to everybody, is the power of choice. You can choose. And even the Bible says, God even cannot make us do stuff. It's so, when I understood this, it made me, it's so surreal. Like, even God cannot make you or make a man or a woman to do something if you don't choose to do it. He says, choose you this day whom you will serve. I place before you life and death. Choose. God desires that all men be saved, but all men are not saved because you have the power of choice. So when you see those things, stop telling yourself that they will change when I marry them. Don't worry, I will pray they will change. They will not change. It's only a rehearsal for what is going to happen. And when it gets to the marriage, it gets a lot worse. It gets a lot worse. Anybody else that has any other red flag, anything that you might have, seen? Yes, Joyce says, yes, you find yourself making excuses for them frequently. That is a big red flag. Absolutely, Joyce. When you keep making, I say to people, don't make excuse for bad behavior. If someone has done something but it's bad, stop trying to explain away. And I think it was Pastor Olu that was saying that sometimes is what they don't do. So it's your birthday. This person is supposed to celebrate you, buy you gifts, and they don't do anything. And you just overlook it like, it's okay. I mean, it's not a big deal. What if he doesn't have money? What if he forgot? What if she forgot? What if... No. Relationship there should be investment on both parties, not 190%, 110%. If you go into marriage like that, that is what you will deal with for the rest. And I coach a lot of women, and I said some women have been through abuse, and the fact, and they have been abused, but they've also been the one feeding the family.
Yeah,
putting money down. But all those red flags are there. When this guy will be responsible, he will not celebrate you, he will not do anything. I just say, it's okay. Yeah, I have to be doing that. Maybe it doesn't have. No. There has to be both parties working. So yes, I think that is also a choice. Thank you for sharing.
I also wanted to mention, I want to not even mention, I want to hammer a little bit also on one of the things that Madam Bart said, which I think is so key as well, that especially for women, that don't tolerate what you will not don't tolerate in courtship what you won't tolerate in marriage. Because for a lot of women, you said something, you said, oh, they excuse it, oh, the person will change. But also another person says it this way, says, don't sell yourself at a discount price. So if you know who you are, like I remember there was this interesting movie I watched a while back, and the girl, her dad used to tell her growing up, you know what, you're a princess. And that thing was cemented in her brain. So when he told her you're a princess, no matter where you go, no matter what people tell you, I tell you you're a princess, you have to be celebrated. So when you, and that comes from the fact that we really must know who we are as a person. Don't let anybody tell you what you are not. And when they start to tell you, stop them right there and there and say, no, excuse me, you might, because the guy might have his own issues. I know how it is. Because you love the guy, in quotes, you want to, like you're saying, okay, it's going to change along the way. But I believe that knowing who we are, one of the things I was actually going to talk about tomorrow, knowing who we are is almost like the biggest thing. As in, don't let anybody discount you. It doesn't matter whether you have anything right now, even if you're not working. Because some people will say it's because I wasn't working, I couldn't get out of the situation. Even if you are not working, it is, I believe, it's more of a mindset. See yourself, and it comes from the place of your creator created you to be a person of value. So even if you are not working, you don't have the means to leave the marriage, begin to see yourself the way God sees you. You know what? You are, the guy might tell you, because I remember like in that movie I watched, the guy was telling her, you know what, they already affirmed that. The guy was telling her, nobody would want you after, because they use that a lot. Nobody would want you. And she was taking that thing for a while, and all of a sudden one day her brain just snapped. And she said, no, my dad used to tell me. She was by herself in the bathroom and she just started to cry and said, she started to have memories of her when she was growing up. My dad used to tell me I was a princess. My dad used to sing to me. She began to remember. And that day she snapped and said, you know what? No more. And that was the day she left. She told the guy, The guy was still tormented. He said, I don't care what you say. I know who I am. And she went back home. And she of course, she told her dad, I'm sorry, I know I did wrong, blah, blah, blah. But the long and short was that because I find when you know who you are, the guy would know that, this one, I cannot take her for granted. When he starts to talk to you, and you begin to say, excuse you, I might not be able to be in the, you might be making more money than I am. But guess what? I will not let you talk to me anyhow because I know who I am. And so I want to encourage women to do what? Learn who you are from your creator's eyes. It doesn't matter what our parents have told us growing up, because some people, their parents don't even affirm them. It doesn't matter what the guy might tell, or people even tell you at work. Some people, because they're on the chubby side, they tell them you are fat, you don't look good, it doesn't matter. Who does your creator say you are? That's who you are. Awesome. And when you know who you are, nobody should be able to trample on you.
Absolutely.
Because it is a mindset. And if you get it up here, even the guy will come and the guy will be like, this one knows who she is. Because there's the confidence that you to carry yourself. Yeah. That I know that I cannot mess with this one. So I want to encourage women. Let's get to know who we are from our creator's eyes. And as you know, tell yourself daily, I'm beautiful. Guess what? I'm doing well. No matter what even if your little thing that you're doing, maybe you just have a little business. I'm doing well. I am strong. I am beautiful. I am well able. I tell yourself, affirm yourself, because you know what? If you don't do it to yourself, you might not even get the guy to do it to you. But you
it needs to start from you.
Starting
absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. You need to know who you are. Let it start from you. A lot of time, these things happen because people don't know who they are. We're going to begin to round up now. Our time is fast spent, and again, want to say a very big thank you to everybody. I was actually coming to Coach Ekwase, so thank you to everybody for joining us tonight. Marriage involves not just the two people, but after a while you start having children. Coach Ekwase is a guru when it comes to teenagers, children, training, and everything like that. But I've also had experience, personal experience, but also with other people that one of their major challenge in the marriage is this man is just irresponsible, or this woman is, because it can either be both ways. It's irresponsible when it comes to training children, when it comes to taking care of children. So is there any red flags that people can watch out for as to regard whether this person will be good with children, whether this person will be responsible and all of that? Is there anything that they can watch out for, any red flag that people can watch out for before marriage in that area?
Right. Thank you so much. Great points already raised. Yes, in the area of communication, like I said, for the children, if the person keeps yelling, he's going to yell at the children. And what do you do to noise? Because shouting and noise and yelling is noise. Now, I'm not saying that, because you want to be able to talk to them calmly, you will not raise your voice. Raised pitch is different from yelling. So once they shout, it's noise, and the child just wants to block off. And excessive shouting, abusing, physical beating will lead to lots of challenges. Low self-esteem, eating disorders, sleeping disorders, anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, and could lead to death. That's one. Two, back to the red flag to look out for. Does he render help? If he's always telling you, do this, do this, do this, he does not know how to help you. You are a product of how you're raised most times. That comes to us. We nurturers, we should nurture our daughters and sons. Sons should know how to help and do things, do the dishes, help. Women are feeling overwhelmed.
You can say that again.
You give what you have. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Wow, that is awesome.
Wow.
For our children, men or female, to be responsible. So that guy comes and you tell him, oh, please help me take this cup to the kitchen. Or please, I'm like, no. Why are you sending me an errand? You're going to be left alone to
In fact, Kojola, from when they're little, because I remember that thing when one of the days I think my daughter asked one of my sons to help her take something to the kitchen, and then he said to her, "Am I your housemaid?" I said, "I cook in this house. Am I a housemaid?"
Your housemaid.
I said, "We are a family." So sometimes imagine they are still young.
Yeah.
He was like, "Am I your house?" I said, "So you had the idea that it's only housemaids that help?" I said, "No."
Look at that.
Meanwhile, I had raised them from the age of 5. The boys do dishes. I said, so there is no housemaid. We are in a family. We all do. So God help us, like
Absolutely.
you said, Coach Ekwase. Mothers, we have a lot of work to do. And fathers must also show. They must also show their sons
that they can do.
We can wash the toilet. It's okay to wash the bathroom. It's not a bad thing for you to clean plates, wash plates, all of that as well.
Thank you.
You know, I grew up in a home where boys were cooking as well. Maybe because my mom was a food and nutrition teacher, but she taught the boys. They all had food and nutrition O levels, and they were all cooking, and there was nothing wrong because those of them that grew up went to school, went to university, they were able to cook for themselves and have good meals for themselves. So it's good. Everyone can do everything, and it should begin with the parents grooming them to know that whatever women are doing, you guys can do. So you don't take them like slaves to do all the chores. You know, if we train them, we'll have better future husbands.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Yeah. So it begins from us. Man. Thank you guys so much. It was amazing. I just want to quickly say before I hand over to Coach Jola that tomorrow is going to be another very amazing day. We're going to have a table talk like this one too at the end of the sessions. And the one of today was for the single people to watch out for those red flags. The one of tomorrow is for marriages, preserving the marriage covenant. What is a marriage covenant? How do we preserve it? When can you say enough is enough right here now? So tomorrow is going to be another hot one, and we're going to be sitting here and chatting with some women. And then before then, we're going to have the coaches for tomorrow. We have Dr. Blessing Ekundayo. We have Pastor Olu seated right here. She has not even started too. And then we're going to have my phenomenal sister, Dr. Joyce Akwe, who is going to be talking on health and your marriage, an important aspect of marriage. We're going to have Chinda, the encyclopedia of marriage. Is going to be here tomorrow. So I want to encourage all of you, fasten your seatbelts, prepare for tomorrow, come with your drink, have something to chew, and just stay glued to your screen because tomorrow is going to be more interesting than today. And tomorrow I'm going to be introducing a lot of stuff. There's a package which I will only introduce tomorrow for us. So thank you. Over to you, Coach Jola.
Wow. Come on. It's been phenomenal tonight. Amazing. I mean, we salute you, Coach Delphine. Thank you so much for, it's one thing to have a vision, it's another thing to run with the vision. I'm sure there are a lot of people that have had the same vision that you have, but it's just sitting down somewhere. So we celebrate and salute you for actually running with this vision and actually, standing up and doing this. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you to everyone that's connected since we started at 4. I believe and I know that you've taken one or two things away from tonight. And like I said earlier on, go back and listen over and over and over and over and over again, because there is so much nuggets. There is a lot of wisdom that's been released tonight, and you just need to keep chewing on this. This is good food. This is what you need to keep chewing on over and over again. Thank you all so much. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Make sure you tell someone about this program. Remind them again once the time is getting close, because see, I tell people that one of the things that you can gift to people that stays with them for life is knowledge, is what you invest into their soul. So this is a good thing to be able to share with people tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to seeing everybody once again tomorrow. I wish you all a very, very blessed and wonderful night rest. God bless you all, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Audio Jungle.